Welcome to Classic Trials. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we make sense of the law one bite at a time. In this series, we observe and analyze the play-by-play of some of the biggest trials that have shaped the public consciousness of the American judicial system. In this season, we're working our way through the case of California v. Erik and Lyle Menendez. Growing up in Princeton, New Jersey, and then Beverly Hills, California, these young men had everything they could ever want, or so it seemed, until one night on August 20th, 1989, they approached Jose and Kitty Menendez with newly purchased shotguns. Put on trial for murdering their own parents, they claimed self-defense, arguing they were terrorized in their own home by abusive parents until they could take no more. Which argument is more convincing? Come join and see for yourself. Oh, there we go. Now we're ready. Happy Tuesday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hey, you were supposed to stay on your chair. Yeah, I was just bribing them with treats. So that's why Indy is getting out of her chair. But anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're coming in from. I hope that you are having a good Tuesday. I'm used to saying good Monday for these, but it's a Menendez News Day, or also known as a Classic Trials Tuesday, as opposed to a Menendez Monday. So yeah, hi. Yeah, it's wonderful to be back with the fur babies right now, or the fur buddies, if fur babies is an offensive term for you. I know that not everyone. Mr. Bites doesn't like the word fur babies. He's like, they're not actually children. But anyway, so yes, yeah, definitely miss these little guys. And happy to be home. But it was a wonderful trip seeing family and friends for happy occasion, sad occasion. But overall, that's life, right? So there you go, puppers. There you go. Nice and comfy. So yeah, yeah. Um, anyway, so it's okay. Brain back to functioning. I put together the latest recap. All of the recaps are on the Instagram account, Legalbytes Media. So if you guys follow that, you should be able to see it before each episode goes live. I'm really trying to do them like the day that we actually stream these, or maybe the day afterwards, like as soon as possible. But at the very least, getting them out before the next episode. So the latest one just went up like a couple hours ago. It's like a two minute reel. That's a little recap on Instagram. So if you guys ever miss an episode, they are there. And also, I mentioned this in the members only stream on Friday. I got a stream deck. I don't know if it actually even really works with the whole setup. I haven't tried it on a live stream. I did put some sound effects on there. We'll see if it actually works, but I don't know. Can you guys let me know if you hear this? Did you hear that? Was there a sound that was picked up by people? I'll do it again. Let me know in the chat. Nope. Dang it. Okay. Well, then I have to figure out how to actually hook it up with StreamYard because it's something that would be very, very fun to have some sound effects with some of these live streams. So, but at the very least, I'm on my way to getting it set up. So, okay, but good to know. Okay, I'm glad that you guys were able to let me know. And I will have that all fixed up by the next live stream. Anyway, so last week, we heard from Charles Wadlington, we heard from Meredith Geisler, and also Marianne Cano. So the first one was the former tennis coach. Second one was the former lifeguard at the local club in New Jersey. And then the third one was one of the cousins. And so she testified to a lot of what we've heard from the previous cousins before, but basically like what she testified to was being one of the cousins from the Menendez side of the family, from Jose's side of the family. She is Jose's sister's daughter. And so she testified that it was like just really weird being with the Menendezes. She never really enjoyed it. She always felt very uncomfortable because of the fact that they were not big on hugging, on touch as a love language. Like you would try to hug them and they would never reciprocate. They would never like be receptive to the hug. So that kind of stuff happened. And that made her very uncomfortable. And that was something that was very different from the rest of the family, she said. So that was the thing that really kind of stuck out to me the most from her testimony last week. And just because that's really funny. Just imagine Alita playing the Price is Right sad trombones to the prosecution in this trial. Boom, 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 boom. I can at least sing it. Oh man. So don't worry. We'll get it fixed. So anyway, so that was last week. This week, as you guys are probably aware, we are going to hear from Marta Cano. That is Marianne's mother, Marianne, her mother. So we're going to have all day today is going to be with her. There's going to be one portion from one day, and then we're going to cut off because there's going to be a hearing about her testimony. So we will, we'll cut through that hearing, and then the next day, her next day's testimony, we're going to get through that today as well. So it's all Marta Cano today, all day. So we're going to hear from Jose's sister. It's going to be very, very interesting. What I've heard from people, generally speaking, is that it tended to be that the cousins were much more understanding and receptive to the defense perspective of the abuse and all of that kind of stuff, having happened. They believed their cousins, Erik and Lyle, that had happened to them. And then the aunts and uncles, from what I understand, like this is just what I've heard generally speaking, that the aunts and uncles tended not to believe the part about abuse. So we'll see if that holds up with Marta, or maybe if she's an exception to that general rule here. Otherwise, here's a new person, Krista Haubeck or Hubeck. I'm sorry if I mispronounced. One way or another, I mispronounced it. Woohoo! First live, even though I'm a little late. LOL. Hey, don't worry, I was late myself. So you're really not late. But awesome. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy it. And to everybody else, there have been some folks in the chat reminding people to like the stream as well. I appreciate that. If you guys are enjoying it, liking it does help to push it out into the YouTube multiverse, I guess we could say. And otherwise, good morning, Caitlin or Caitlin, probably Caitlin. And some hearts here we've got, and yep, awesome. So glad I get to watch this whole trial before Netflix show. Awesome. Love it. And okay, sorry, this is like total distraction mode this morning. Or yeah, whatever. So let's just get started. Okay, let's get started. I apologize. I'm a little bit all over the place. Having come in a little late last night from travel and all that kind of stuff. But we are here, and we are gonna work our way through today. All right, let's do it. Let me know if the volume, it needs to be balanced and all that.
And the jurors for both defendants are back in court, and we'll resume with the trial. The defense may call its next witness.
We're going to recall now, Your Honor, Mrs. Marta Cano.
Would you state your name again for the record?
Sure. Marta, M-A-R-T. Menendez Cano, C-A-N-O.
All right.
Mrs. Cano, you previously testified that you were Jose Menendez's sister, correct?
That is correct.
And the prior witness, Marianne Cano, is your daughter?
That is true.
All right. In 1979, did you and your children move to Princeton, New Jersey, that area?
Yes, we did.
Before that, you lived where?
Before that, I lived in San Juan, Puerto Rico for 14 years.
And during the time that your family resided in San Juan, Puerto Rico, did you make trips to the United States during which you'd see other members of your family?
Yes, I did.
In 1972, do you recall making a trip to the United States where you stayed with your brother Jose and his family in their home in New York?
Yes, I did.
Did someone just say danger zone?
At that time, were they living in
Like a hot mic. Someone was like, danger zone.
That is correct.
And was this Muncie house? Was the lot upon which this house stood at that time fairly heavily wooded?
Yes, it was.
Was it heavily wooded in the backyard?
Yes, it was.
Now, I want to show you a photograph. What's next one? Excuse me? 178. Thank you. May I mark this 178, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's a photograph that appears to show a family gathering and a Christmas tree. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
There's a marking on the back of that photograph. Did you put the marking there?
Yes, I did.
And what is the marking?
December 1972.
And where was this photograph taken?
That photograph was taken during the week that we spent on Jose and Kitty's property in Muncie, New York, during Christmas 1972.
You said you stayed on their property. Did you camp out or did you stay in the house?
No, we stayed in the house.
All right. And you stayed with them for a week?
Yes, we did.
And at that time, how old was Erik?
Erik was a baby. He had been 2 in November, the end of November.
So he was 2 years and 1 month.
That is correct.
And Lyle was going on.
Lyle was 4 and he was going on 5 in January.
Make away me every time. Every
Now,
time they say that,
was
I hear it too.
Counsel, if you can go back to the podium.
Was it characteristic in the family to celebrate Erik's birthday at Thanksgiving?
Yes, it was.
And was it also typical of celebrating Lyle's birthday at Christmas?
That is correct.
So to the best of your recollection, did you ever attend any separate birthday functions for Lyle or for Erik, separate from these other holidays that were also happening?
No, unless it was a family gathering on that specific month for another reason.
Okay. Now, when you visited the family in 1972 during that week, did you see any behavior on the part, first of all, of your brother towards the children that you thought was notable?
Yes, I did.
And would you first describe the types of behaviors that you saw by your brother towards the children that you noted?
Do you want it towards Erik or towards Lyle?
Well, you can start with Erik if you like.
Well, with Erik, it was totally ignored unless he was doing something that Jose didn't like. And then he would just get up from the social gathering and say, Erik, very strongly, and go grab him, pull him, bring him, put him between his knees. And then he would squat and hold him on the shoulder and say, listen to me. And Erik would cry instantly. The instant the father would touch him, he would start crying. He said, stop crying. I tell you to stop crying. Why can't you stop crying? And he kept on yelling at the kid. And of course, Erik would cry more. And then he would get completely frustrated and just send him to his bed, to his room, and just stop right there. He just couldn't stand it.
Now, this is when Erik is 2.
Yeah.
And did you see this on more than one occasion during that week?
Yes, I saw it twice on that week.
And when he would send this 2-year-old to his room, would the child stay in the room?
Yeah, we didn't see him anymore that afternoon.
And would anybody, would his mother, would Kitty go to the room to see what the 2-year-old was doing in his room?
No, as a matter of fact, I tried and Kitty
Wait.
stopped me.
Excuse me, there be an objection.
No, sorry.
All right, the objection is sustained. The answer is stricken after no.
Okay. You never saw Kitty go to see what was happening inside the room with the 2-year-old?
No.
Did you go? Did you go?
No.
Did you try to go?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, prevented you from going?
Kitty.
Jose.
And tell us what happened.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
She told me that her father had punished him and that I should not interfere.
Her father had punished
His
you?
father.
And you should not interfere.
That is correct.
Did you ever observe, well, let's stay with this week for a moment. Did you ever observe Kitty Menendez during this week ever interfere with Jose's punishments of Erik?
No, not at all.
Now, Was there any other behavior besides the yelling, the grabbing, the shaking, and the sending to the room that you saw demonstrated by Jose in 1972 towards Erik that you thought was notable?
No, what I thought it was noticeable is that they were not supervising him and he was playing around with all the rest of the cousins, which were much older, and it just scared me to see such a little one outside playing with the big ones.
And did you ever see Kitty Menendez go out periodically to check on the baby?
No.
Now let's turn then to what you saw that was notable concerning your brother's behavior towards Lyle during that same period of time. Was it different than his behavior towards Erik?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Describe what you saw with respect to Lyle.
Well, he was very.
By the way, I don't have kids of my own, but I have a lot of nieces and nephews, including some that have gone through the 2-year-old stage. Quite a few that I've seen go through the 2-year-old stage. I cannot imagine sending a 2-year-old to their own room by themselves for the rest of the day, and that's it. So many things can happen. First off, second off, it's they need to be able to run around. They need to be able to have stimulation. I'm so disturbed by that. I just thought I would point that out because that's insane that you would do this to a 2-year-old. After, of course, publicly scolding them, and that's the only kind of attention that you give them. Oh, God.
Proud of Lyle whenever Lyle was doing something competitive against any one of the other cousins. And he would brag about it. Look at Lyle. I mean, he's strong and he can hit Peter and he can hit so-and-so and not cry. And he loved the fact that Lyle didn't cry. And even if they were hitting him.
This was sort of roughhousing among the boy cousins?
Yeah, Jose used to induce that type of competitiveness, fighting type of relationship, which I personally disliked.
He induced it, or he encouraged it between who? Between Lyle and whom?
He encouraged it between Lyle and Erik, or between Lyle and Peter, which was 2 years older than Lyle at the time.
And he would brag that Lyle wouldn't cry even if Peter was hitting him?
That is correct.
What else did you notice with respect to the way that Jose treated Lyle?
Well, there was an instance similar to Erik's instance.
And would you describe that?
Lyle was playing with Peter and something occurred. I don't remember. It was nothing big. Jose did exactly the same thing. We were sitting on the gathering. We were all talking and we didn't see the incident.
Let me stop you for a moment. When you say we were sitting at the gathering, we were all talking, who are you talking about?
My ex-husband, Peter, Kitty, Jose, and I were sitting in the family room talking while the kids were playing.
So that the 4 adults were sitting and talking?
That's correct.
And at one point while you were sitting and talking, something happened?
That is correct.
And what happened?
I don't know exactly what happened. Something,
what happened that
they
you
were
could see?
running. Lyle was running after Peter, and Jose got out and said, Lyle, and did the same thing, jank him on the bicep and pull him up and put him in front of him. And there was a big difference with Erik's respondo.
There was a big difference in whom? In Jose, or a big difference in the child?
In Lyle, he would get very stiff, very, very stiff, and look down and close his eyes and just listen to whatever his father had to say to him.
So Lyle didn't burst into tears and start crying?
No, he did not.
And what was the resolution then of the confrontation between Jose and Lyle? Lyle is silent, he's listening, then what happened?
He held him on the shoulders and showed him the same thing, and being on a squat position, looking straight at him. And he said, you stop that. You listen to me, you stop that. And Lyle just stayed there. He stopped whatever he was doing.
He wasn't sent to his room, though?
No, he was not sent to the room at that time. He just went to one side and stayed there for a while.
Okay. Now, Mrs. Cano, at that time in your life, in 1972, were you a teacher?
Yes, I was.
And what level did you teach?
Irrelevant.
Overall, you can ask the question.
I was teaching preschoolers from nursery to first grade.
And for how long a period of time in your life were you a preschool teacher?
14 years.
So she knows what's supposed to be done with this level of kids.
Now, did you in 1972, during this visit with the family, make any effort to talk to your brother about these behaviors that you saw?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any effort to talk to your sister-in-law about the punishments and the lack of supervision?
Yes, I did.
And what was your brother's response when you tried to talk to him about his treatment of the children?
He thought I was talking plain nonsense. He just made the fun out of me and asked me how many PhDs did I have in psychology and how many books had I read and who wrote them. And he just diminished my whole issue like ridiculous and not important.
What had you said to him?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
And what about Kitty? Was she present when Jose was mocking you this way?
Yes, she was.
And what did she do or say?
She just,
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well,
Objection sustained.
did you ever talk to her separately?
yes, I did.
And did she seem to listen to what you were saying?
No, she didn't think it was important.
I'll show you a photograph.
Resisting the urge not to sing Nickelback.
I actually have two. I have two photographs that I'd like to know. 170 and more.
All right.
Oh, 179 is the vertical, 180 is the horizontal. And if you want to put these. Ken, I want to show you these two photographs and ask if you recognize the people.
Yes, I do.
Who's the smaller person
Oh, God, that's Erik.
and who's the larger person?
My brother Jose.
And do you recognize? Okay.
All right, have you seen these pictures before?
No, I have not.
Did you see them in a small version?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Your next question, please.
Does Erik appear to be between 1 and 2 years old in this photograph?
Yes,
In both of the photographs?
yes.
Man, what's in the picture? Like, I'm curious if she's crying because of what the image shows, or if it's just because it's like being confronted with the memory of her brother, or like there are so many things that that could be coming into play here. Draco, Amy, yeah,
Do you recall whether your
for sure. It's
sister-in-law,
very interesting.
Kitty, frequently took photographs
Yes.
of the family?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall ever seeing your brother
Oh,
take photographs of family gatherings or of the children?
No, I do not.
So was Kitty the family photographer?
Yes, she was.
Were you aware in 1971 and 1972 that your brother would take the baby to the gym?
Yes, I was.
I move to strike the answer as lack of personal knowledge of the foundation.
Sustain, the answer is stricken.
Did you ever see your brother take the baby to the gym?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see your brother have Erik hold on to a bar and lift him with it?
Yes, I did see that.
And how old was Erik when you saw your brother doing that?
In 1972. He was 2 years old.
And would you describe what your brother would do with respect to the baby in the bar?
He would just pull it up and hold him up and see how much he could stand without crying.
Oh my God.
And eventually would the baby start to cry?
Yes.
And after the baby started to cry, would your brother then put him down?
He would laugh at him and then put him down and keep on laughing because he was such a little one. He was such a sissy. He just cried for everything.
And had you ever seen your brother do the same exercise with Lyle?
No, I did not.
Mrs. Cano, are you Erik's godmother?
Yes, I am.
And do you love him very much?
Yes, I do.
Were you present for his baptism?
No.
Why was that?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustain.
Over the years of Erik's childhood, between the ages of, say, 2 and 15, were you attempting to see him or be with him more than your brother and your sister-in-law would permit?
Definitely.
Did you feel that you were being purposely excluded?
Yes, I did.
Objection irrelevant. Move to strike the answer as listed.
Sustained, answer is stricken.
Did you know before Erik's baptism that you were being named godmother?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Yeah, I don't quite see how that is relevant. Although it is interesting. Like I am curious about this because it sounds like there's something intriguing behind it, but in terms of like the actual charges and the defenses, I don't see that really being.
After the visit in 1972, did you continue to see your brother and his family for certain family gatherings over the course of the year?
Yes.
What would you do, for example, living in San Juan, what would you do at Christmas?
We will go over to either Jose's or Terry's and spend a week there during the Christmas holidays.
So you came to New Jersey for Christmas.
That is correct.
What about Thanksgiving?
No, I did not.
What about other holidays or events? Did you come over for any of those?
During the summer, we usually spend 2 weeks also in the New Jersey area.
And during those 2 weeks, would you see your brother and his family at family functions?
Yes.
Did you, over the years between 1970, say, and 1979, develop a friendly relationship with your sister-in-law, with Kitty?
Yes,
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
yes, I did.
And did you spend time even?
So sorry, just a really quick question here. Tori Matthews, it's a good question. On what grounds are these questions being irrelevant? They're obviously laying the groundwork for the parents isolating the boys from healthy family. Well, I mean, it's the questions that the line of questioning that was ruled as irrelevant, and therefore, the objection was sustained, had to do with whether or not, she's the godmother of Erik, I think. And so the question was, whether or not she was at the baptism for Erik. I have a feeling that either there wasn't a baptism for him or something along those lines. And so it's like, that is maybe not so necessary to understand, the abuse of the sons by Jose and by Kitty. Maybe you can kind of get to some of like the social isolation of them from the rest of the family, maybe, but like that is not, it really doesn't prove or disprove any sort of like material or even foundational claim for any of the defenses or any of the charges here. Obviously all of this is going to, the abuse defense, right? Saying that they were, it's essentially like battered wife syndrome, but for children. So, all of this is going to the years and years and years of abuse. So, yes, context is important. Yes, foundation is important, but there is such a thing as getting so far ahead of, calling everything foundation, that it's like, and foundation and context, that you're starting to get into other things that are more prejudicial than probative. So that's where you're gonna end up having things kind of end up staying out. Oh, and then here's a follow-up from Tori Matthews. I get the baptism question, but when they asked her if she wanted to see them and was refused, answer was stricken. Yeah, I mean, that's, I could go either way on that. I could go either way on that, honestly. So I think that's still one that is within the discretion of the judge, and within his discretion, I think that's like an acceptable sort of response. So, okay. And trust me, like if I disagree with an objection, I will let you guys know for sure.
Been alone with her.
Yes, I did.
And did you find her to be a person who talked about her life much?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled. You can answer that yes or no.
No.
Did she ever talk about her children?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
Yes, she did.
Did she ever tell you anything about any problem with either of her children?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
All right. Did she, when she talked about her children, did she tell you good things?
No, not really. Depend.
Okay. Did she tell you about Erik's learning disabilities?
No,
Did she tell you when they lost things, lost matches,
No.
lost rounds?
no,
Did she tell you when they got bad grades in school?
no,
Did she tell you when they were unhappy?
no.
Did she tell you Lyle wet his
Counsel,
bed?
let's not go through a litany of things here.
My question
Well,
is, did she
that's
ever
kind of
say
leading.
negative? Did she ever tell you about the negative things or the problems or the
No.
troubles?
No.
So when she talked about them, would she talk about the winning
Yes.
and the competing
Correct.
and the superior qualities?
Yes.
And were those qualities all related to sports and athletics and competition
And school. Yes.
and school? What did she tell you, for example, about Erik's performance at school?
That it was
Everything calls for hearsay,
Sustained.
It's not being offered for the truth at all, Your Honor.
then it's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any reason to believe, based on conversations with either your sister-in-law or your brother, that Erik was anything but a fabulous student?
Objection
No.
irrelevant. It's her state of mind.
Sustained. The answer is straight.
Did they ever indicate to you, well, first of all, do you believe they were telling you the truth when they reported to you on their children's accomplishments?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
I'd like to be heard in this area, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take
But
a
I think-
recess, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll resume at 1:30. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll resume at 1:30.
Huh. I thought I worked through all of these ads. Hang on a second. I always make sure to do that. So here's I think there was a question here. Jan E. Wallace says, does this attorney ever listen to the judge and not talk over him? Well, that I think is a strategy that she decides to employ. Okay, now we're back. But if you watched the Kyle Rittenhouse trial as an example, when we live streamed it, the judge in that case would make a ruling. You know what? Let me come back here. The judge in that case would make a ruling on an objection, and then the prosecution would continue to argue and continue to argue and continue to argue. And for me, it was so frustrating because I'm like, the judge already made up his mind. He came to a decision. Why are you continuing to fight? But as it turns out, that was a strategy, that this was the type of judge that they could continue arguing and then change his mind when he had made up his mind about a ruling, and then convince him after the fact to reverse and go with the prosecution. It's because they would basically wear him down. And so that is an example of like some of the strategies that you can do that are sometimes irritating, especially when it comes to, just like normal conversation. Like, we are used to conversation happening in a certain kind of way where I talk and then you listen, and then you talk and I listen. That's normal conversation. But when it comes to trials, sometimes it's beneficial to sort of like get a little bit more aggressive and bend some of those social rules a bit so that you can get some information in front of the jury, or convince the judge or something like that. So I think that that's one of the things that Leslie Abramson does, is sometimes when there's an objection, she'll just continue talking, she'll continue her question, or she'll continue something or other, and sometimes she actually is a little bit successful in actually like just kind of like ignoring the objection, and then it goes in her favor. It has happened a few times. I haven't pointed it out, but I remember noticing that. So I think that's probably why she's doing it. As irritating as it might be for some people to observe, it does have sometimes its benefits. The question is whether or not that's irritating for the jury. Because if it is, and it's irritating to the point that they don't want to listen to her, then that's bad for her. But if not, why not continue with that strategy? And Draco Amy, is the Rittenhouse trial on your channel? I need to watch that. It is actually over on Nick Recada's channel. I was a guest panelist on his channel. He was the one that was live streaming all of that, and a bunch of us, showed up throughout that trial. It was crazy to watch, but very, very. I mean, it was a wild case, and it's not the way that the media portrays it. I will tell you that. Okay, let's continue.
That you wanted to discuss?
I want to elicit from this witness, Your Honor, other aspect of this family. I mean, I know the people are going to argue, and the press has asked, and it's a common question, which is, how could it be that these boys were abused and molested for so long and nobody knew? And one of the aspects of this family, which is very similar to probably most seriously abusive families, is the fact that they're incredibly secret and private. And what was typical in this family, and with Mrs. Menendez in particular, is that she would lie about her children's accomplishments in order to present this facade of the perfect, high-achieving, winning championship family. And never ever discussed any issues that were problematic. Now that has relevance to our defense and to the testimony of our expert witnesses and our clients in two ways. First of all, Mrs. Menendez was extremely concerned with status, and the court has been, based on prosecutorial objection,
We've heard that testimony,
severely limiting us in the ability to show that she has this particular attitude that status is very important, not just material status, but respectability and people's opinions of her family as
sense of
respectable and
perfection.
high achieving and high status. And that has to do with how she would be predicted by or expected by her children to react when they are threatening to reveal to the world probably the least status gaining activity parents can indulge in, which is sexual molestation. But it's also significant because it was another way in which these children were told that the secrets of the family must be kept secret. The fact that she would lie about their accomplishments, both in front of them and not, and hide anything troublesome or problematic, taught them at a very early age that nobody knows outside this family, and nobody can know what happens inside this family, which was one of the ways that the boys were isolated, and one of the ways they grew up believing there is nobody out there who would hear us, who would listen, who would understand. So I know it keeps coming up, but it sure hasn't come out yet for the juries, that this is a very secretive, very duplicitous, very dishonest person who lies to keep family secrets and who lies to project this aura of perfection. And her boys hear this. I mean, they don't hear this particular conversation, but there are other witnesses who will indicate that the boys hear this, and this simply reinforces these three competing sets of messages. Number one, status and what people think is everything. Number two, we're really not good enough because mom lies to make us seem even better. And number 3, no one must ever know that there's anything bad going on around here of any kind, even a bad grade. And so that's the themes that this kind of evidence supports.
Yes, interestingly, for all their secretiveness, we've had 4 cousins now testify that they lived in the home for various periods of time, one on several occasions and for more than a year. And those witnesses have been permitted to testify as to the family's habit and customs. But to now try to prove that, I believe Mrs. Menendez was not forthcoming with this particular relative does not seem to prove any issue that is it seems to be remote, and it doesn't seem to prove an issue which goes to.
Well, there's a difference between
they have
her talking to the cousins and her talking to her sister-in-law.
The type of evidence which is being sought from this witness appears to be remote and extreme, and we would object it on this point, those grounds.
What was the precise question that you wanted to ask?
Good question. I don't remember right now. I tried to do it 2 or 3 different ways.
Well, you wanted to ask whether she had a personal opinion if the mother was truthful. Obviously, that would be a conclusion on the part of the witness.
Okay. I wanted to ask her if Kitty was a very private and secretive person who never revealed anything negative or intimate about the family. And I think she would say yes.
All right. Well, that's a compound question and goes into conclusions as well.
Your Honor, we'd also.
Well, you know, Your Honor, we all warn those. Let me just say
Wait. Let me hear the people's position.
It also assumes that's not evidence.
All right. Ultimately, here, as we have discussed before, the issue is what was in the minds of the defendants at the time the parents were killed. And now we're basically having questions asked in regards to what the mother did or did not say in a time frame from 1972 until 1989. And that's really calls for speculation and conclusion, and also doesn't relate to the defendant's state of mind. So what this witness did or did not hear the mother say is not really the issue. It's what the defendants say they heard the mother say. Could be an issue in this case anyway.
It does bear on the defendant's state of mind. Their state of mind, at least in part, was that their mother was quite capable and willing to kill them to keep a scandal like this from breaking.
Ooh.
I mean, at the very, very end, the ultimate, I mean, there's lots of intermediate states of mind that add to that one. But at the very, very end, they were convinced that this highly secretive, highly status conscious,
Love Dreaming Peach, this is the
ally
first
of
trial.
dad, more so in the last years than ever before, would kill them rather than let them go public to get help by letting the world know what had been going on in their
Would
family.
kill them and was going to kill them
Would kill them
imminently.
and was going to kill them imminently. I mean, and she said before, the night before, she told my client, "You're the reason this family isn't going to work out." She blamed him
Jeez.
for the crisis that they were going through because he had the effrontery to finally go to somebody for help, for having gone to his brother seeking his help in getting the molestation to stop. She had taken a position in the last years of openly telling both of her children that she hated them and wished they had not been born. And we have witnesses,
Oh my
including
God.
this one,
How
to
do you
whom
do that
she
as a
made the
mother?
same statement in the presence of the children when they were even smaller. This was not pure fantasy on this part. This is a woman who was hostile, secretive, private, dishonest, and concerned more than anything else with what the outside world perceived of her. And we have not been able even through the 4 cousins who lived there, to be able to get into what they all do know and haven't been permitted to testify to, which is that she was incredibly secretive and was incredibly private and never revealed any negative details. Now, that isn't a bare conclusion on Mrs. Cano's part, because after they're dead, all this stuff comes out that was never talked about. Erik's dyslexia, Lyle's bedwetting, the burglaries, which no one in the family was told about, Jose's affair, which went on for 8 years, which put Kitty in the hospital as a suicide attempt. She never told anyone about that, although it was the driving misery of her life for 3 years. She's in therapy twice a week, never breathes a word of it, because scandal is to be avoided at all costs. And that is a very important theme. And
Counsel,
moreover,
again, what you're slowly and gradually moving towards here is a psychoanalysis of the parents.
And I think that's appropriate.
Well, that's an issue that I'm sure we'll discuss. But at this point, the court is going to sustain the objection. The relevance of this evidence, if it's relevant at all, only relates to what the defendants knew or were aware of in regards to the attitude of the parents, and not what someone else has by way of opinion or perception of the mother's personality or behavior.
But then you're saying we cannot corroborate our clients with anyone else. In other words, let's assume hypothetically I make an offer of proof. Erik will testify that he knew his mother lied about him all the time, that he knew his mother was very secretive, that he knew his mother was concerned about status. Does that mean we cannot put on any other witness to corroborate them? They have to sink or fall on their own credibility, and they're the defendant?
It would have to depend upon what issues were relevant. If the defense position is that the defense case will rise or fall on whether or not the parents disclose that one of the defendants wet his bed, then that won't be relevant and won't be very persuasive. If there is something more significant at issue, then perhaps it might be relevant. But much of what you say are things that normally don't go outside of the household.
Well,
so it doesn't prove anything.
In this household, nothing goes outside the household, and instead lies are being told. And they're being told right in front of the boys most of the time. They hear all these false.
Then those are the things you can bring out.
But here's my point, and that's this: when we talk about opinions and conclusions, we all make judgments about other people's personalities. Okay, I would say, for example, if I were asked about you, that you are not a person who is ever personally forthcoming about anything emotional, and that has to do with having been acquainted with you for a very long time, although never close, but just as a personality type. Now, that's not some wild speculation on my part. All I'm trying to, and people who have any acquaintance with me at all, and I'm sure you would agree, would say I am a relatively emotional speaking person. I talk about feelings a great deal. That's not a wild speculative type of conclusion. I think people would say you are a very private person. I am a less private person. And those are the only kinds of questions I'm really asking this witness. Kitty Menendez was known as a very private person. I don't think it takes, that's not a wild conclusion, and it doesn't call for hearsay. It is simply knowing that this is not a person who talks freely about their personal life.
All right.
So I think I should be able to elicit that.
All right. The nature of your arguments, personalizing it doesn't help very much, but regardless of that, I'll make a public ruling that I don't find it's relevant.
All right.
All right. Anything else now before we take our recess? All right. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Record will reflect that both defendants are in court with their counsel and people are represented. You may continue your direct examination.
So that was, I often fast forward through these hearings because that one was short and I figured it was going to be very, very interesting and just sort of like limited. I wanted to work through that one. So that was interesting. It was an interesting argument to say that they are not allowing her to testify, that Kitty, was this secretive person and like wanted to, have this image of perfection. But we have seen this through other witnesses in various ways. We've gotten hints of it. And I think that as much as the defense probably sees that as, not ideal for their case, they want, obviously the best is when, you can have the jury know that even when it came to her peers among family, Kitty was this way, not just with people outside of the family, but within the extended family, that she was this way, that she wanted this image of perfection. And I do disagree with what the prosecution was arguing, that like this, how could it be that she was this secretive because, the other family members that had testified so far testified to, living with them and seeing a lot of imperfections within the household. So, how could she, how can they adequately argue that, that she was, maintaining or trying to maintain this image of perfection in front of, her own family members? The reason I disagree is because you can care much less about your image with people that are in I don't want to say like a lower status, but when it comes to nieces and nephews, because there is a different kind of relationship than there is with brothers, sisters, brothers-in-law, sisters-in-law. She may have felt very competitive with her in-laws and with her own siblings, that maybe she needed to keep up these appearances because of the way that she felt that, I don't know, they were all getting ahead of her family that she's supposed to be maintaining, right? Like her own kids that she's in charge of raising and making sure that they reach certain levels of stature and all this kind of stuff, which this is in her mind, obviously. I'm not saying that this is, certain requirements that they had. This is very much a very fixed mindset that she's got about worrying about stature and all of this kind of stuff, especially where it's unearned, which is wild. And you can see, like, this is just an extreme example of how far someone can take that kind of a fixed mindset, where they feel like it's like you have to just like prove your worth, whether or not it's there, whether or not it's actually been earned, to prove it on a constant basis to the rest of the world and to your peers. So anyway, so I disagree with the prosecution's argument. I disagree with the judge's ruling on this. I don't see why this wouldn't need to be, why this shouldn't be able to come in. But yeah, all right, let's continue with the testimony and see where it goes from here.
Thank you. Mrs. Cano, drawing your attention again to the photographs of Erik on this bar. Was it at about this age that you also saw your brother holding him, pulling him up on a bar in the house?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with your brother on one of these occasions when he was pulling Erik up on the bar, in which you were trying to give him information about how dangerous that was?
Yes, I did.
And what were you trying to tell him? Or what were you telling him?
What did you say? Is that the question?
Yes, Your Honor.
Objection overruled.
I pleaded him not to do it based on the major accident that my son had had.
What did you say? The objection is sustained. The answer is stricken. What did you
Tell
say?
us basically what you said.
I told him that a neurosurgeon had told me that anything that was above the child's level height was a base to a skull fracture.
Had your son suffered a skull fracture by falling off a jungle gym?
Yes.
Did you tell your brother about that?
He knew about it.
You had discussed it in the family before this evening?
Oh, definitely. It was a major thing.
And and how old was your son when he suffered the skull fracture?
3.5.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
But was your son older even than Erik when he was injured?
Same objection.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Were you passing on information to your brother that you had received from the doctor that had treated your son?
Yes.
And what was your brother's reaction?
He just laughed at it.
Was your sister-in-law, Kitty Menendez, present when you were saying these things to your brother?
Yes.
Did she appear to be part of the conversation, attentive?
Yes, she was.
And what did she do when you made these statements?
Same expression as Jose. She just smiled as well.
God, evil.
Over the years, did you have an opportunity to observe your sister-in-law, Kitty Menendez, with respect to whether she was a person who was physically strong or physically weak?
Yes, I did.
Overruled.
And how would you describe her as a woman with respect to physical strength?
Kitty was very, very strong. She could do things that even Jose couldn't do.
What kinds of things?
For example, when they were moving from a very close apartment within the same block, they were picking up furniture, and Jose went to get some help to move a mirror that he was not able to pick up. And when he came back, Kitty had already taken it by herself.
Did you observe her?
By the way, I also just remembered, I am so sorry that it took me so long I just remembered that I think it was Mountain Princess 207 gifted 5 Legalbytes memberships earlier. I wish I could scroll back and find it, but I'm pretty sure. I am so sorry. I usually try to jump on those right away because they disappear. Thank you so much for buying those Legalbytes memberships, or those Legalbytes memberships. And to everybody that was gifted one, welcome to Bike Club, and I hope to see you on Friday for our members only live stream. Thank you. Just remembered that. Popped into my head. Okay, let's continue.
Doing things like that, moving heavy objects in her home in the presence of the boys.
Yes.
Did there come a time in approximately 1985 when you assisted Kitty in getting some drugs?
Yes, I did.
And would you tell us about that?
Objection irrelevant.
I'm sorry?
352.
All right, did counsel wish to be heard on that?
Well, perhaps if I make it more specific, Your Honor. Did you obtain some Valium for her in 1985?
Ooh.
Or give her some Valium?
Yes.
And was this a prescription of yours?
Yes.
And what was the reason why you gave her the Valium at that time?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
In 1985, Mrs. Cano, did you notice some change
That's
in your
almost worse for the
sister-in-law's
prosecution.
behavior, even when she was in front of the children?
That's almost worse for the prosecution to know that Marta gave Kitty some Valium, but we don't know why, because now we're like, well, why? Like what, why? This just opens up a whole series of questions, and the possibilities are kind of endless especially based on what we know about Kitty, with all of the erratic behaviors and the random stresses and outbursts that she would have. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like that's worse for the prosecution not to have that answer.
Children.
Yes, I did.
And what was the change that you noticed?
Kitty was sort of incoherent. She was very tense and very nervous, and she seemed to glare at things and just stay quiet and don't respond to things that we were talking about.
Did that behavior seem, how would you characterize it?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did it seem normal? Did it seem unusual? Did it seem strange?
It was not normal.
Objection to move to strike the answer as a proper opinion.
Objection sustained. The answer stricken.
Why do you remember this behavior?
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
What was there about this behavior that struck you at the time?
Objection sustained. Let's move on to something else.
I just have to say, so many people, like lawyers, asking questions here and getting that many objections and getting them sustained, would have gotten very easily tripped up and just sort of thrown off. And Leslie here is like laser focused. She's just like, all right, I'll just sidestep a little bit. I'll ask it a little bit of a different way. Will that work? Objection sustained. Okay, I'll ask it a little bit differently. Objection sustained. I'll ask it a little bit differently. Objection sustained. All the way up until the judge is like, okay, let's move on to a new line of questioning. It's pretty impressive actually to see the way that Leslie is responding to those sort of challenges, and the way that she's just like, it just doesn't faze her. She's just like, whatever, I'm going to keep going with it. So many attorneys would have such a hard time with that, because I mean, I get thrown off just by, seeing things in the chat. so like, I feel like for me, I have a much harder time not being frazzled by those kinds of distractions. And so I just have to say, I'm very impressed by her ability to do that, and just continue hammering at it until she almost gets what she wants. Good on her. And also, your everyday sheep, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to Bike Club. And also Draco Amy, welcome. Thanks so much for becoming YouTube members and for supporting the channel. It's wonderful to have you here, and I hope that you guys can come on Friday for our members only live stream. It's 10 a.m. East Coast time each week, except for sometimes when things come up, if I'm traveling or other things like that happen, then I'll usually reschedule them. Sometimes I cancel them. I try not to. But anyway, this Friday should be the same. Okay, let's continue.
Else.
Did you ever see the children react to this change in her behavior?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see by way of reaction on their part?
They were sort of evading her,
You mean avoiding her?
avoiding her. Yes.
Did she ever share with you any problems that she was having that might have caused that behavior?
Objection, irrelevant topic.
I don't believe
Whose
it.
behavior you're
Definitely.
talking about? The children's behavior or the Miss Menendez's behavior?
Mrs. Menendez, did you ever offer an explanation for this behavior?
Overall.
Yes, she did.
And what did she say was the explanation for this behavior?
Understood, Your Honor.
Overall.
She told me that she was okay, but she was going through a very difficult time, that she needed to take some Valium and she needed to take some medicine, that she had run out of it.
So she never did actually explain what was going on.
Trial to conclusion on the part of the
Sustained.
No, strike that. My previous question was, did she actually tell you what was the difficult period, what was going on, what were the problems?
No.
Had you commented on her behavior? Is that why she said what she said?
Objection, causes speculation.
Sustained.
Was what she said, did that follow immediately upon your commenting on her behavior?
Yes.
Did you ever observe during the time the family was living in New Jersey and during the time that you were living in New Jersey, did you observe your sister-in-law doing her children's homework?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Now, were the children there? Was she doing it with them or was she doing it for them?
No, they were playing tennis outside.
And she was in the house?
Yes,
When you say they were playing tennis, were they doing practices and drills?
that's correct.
They weren't goofing off.
No.
And she was actually doing the schoolwork inside the house?
She was doing Erik's homework.
Did you ever did you ever personally observe her writing Lyle's college application essays?
Yes, I did.
Was he present and contributing, or was she doing this on her own?
No, she was doing it on her own.
So she got into Princeton, basically. That's what we're hearing here.
Do you recall, just to move ahead for a moment, you were here in Los Angeles in June of 1989, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And did you attend Erik's graduation?
Yes, I did.
And that was at Beverly Hills High School?
Yes.
And did you go to the graduation with your sister-in-law,
Yes, I did.
with Kitty Menendez?
Yes.
And how many of you were in the car on the way to the graduation?
On the way to the graduation, it was Jose, Kitty, my mother, and I.
On the way back from the graduation, was there a different group of people in the car with Kitty?
Yes.
And who was in the car with Kitty on the way back?
It was Erik, Uncle Gene, and myself.
Now, as far as you understand it, Uncle Gene was the brother of Kitty's mother?
That is correct.
And did something unusual happen on the way back home from the graduation when Kitty was driving?
Yes.
And would you tell us what happened?
Kitty hit a car in the back. She was accelerating very rapidly, and the light changed, and the car in front of us stopped, and she hit the car in the back, and the car
Okay,
turned.
just stop right there. After she hit the car, what did she do?
Well, the car turned on the road to stop to talk about the accident, and she just put the accelerator on and asked Erik to look back and see if he had seen the license plate.
So she ran from the scene.
Yes.
Hit and run.
Now, did she say anything to you and to Erik concerning what had happened?
Yes, she did. She said that she did not want Jose to know about this and asked Erik to tell him that she had gone to the grocery store.
Okay. She was asking Erik to tell his father that she went to the grocery store?
That's correct.
Well, was she planning on going somewhere?
She was going to drop us and go and fix the car.
Okay, so she asked Erik, tell your father I've gone to the grocery store.
That's correct.
What did Erik say?
He said, no, not me. I don't want to tell anything to my father.
Okay. And then did she ask someone else to do something?
Yes, she asked me
She asked you what?
to tell Jose whenever she dropped us that she had gone to the grocery store for some things that she needed.
And did you in fact do that? Did you tell your brother this lie that she was going to the grocery store?
Unfortunately, I did because when I walked in, he asked me, where was Kitty?
Had you been in other situations before that with Kitty Menendez where she did something dishonest and asked you to lie about it or asked the children to lie about it?
Yes.
Objection, irrelevant foundation.
Sustained. Answer straight.
Did you ever on any other occasion hear her encourage either or both of her children to lie?
Yes.
Did you observe over the course of the time that your brother and Kitty were married, did you observe her ever fighting back to your brother, arguing with him, physically hitting him?
Yes, I
Objection, irrelevant foundation.
Overruled. The answer will stand.
yes, I did.
Towards the end of their lives in the last few years, did you still see that kind of behavior or had it changed?
No, I did not. It was a big change.
Do you recall seeing Jose and Kitty at your father's funeral?
Yes, I did.
Would you tell us when that was?
February of 1987.
And at that time, did you notice a significant change in the behavior that you had seen as between Jose and Kitty before that?
Yes, I did.
What did you notice in 1987 that was different?
They were holding hands. They were together all the time. Jose will ask for Kitty's opinion on the issues that were being brought up.
In conversation?
Yes,
And was that different than what you had seen before?
very different.
And how was it different?
Well, he used to humiliate Kitty and laugh at her and intimidate her and put her down and
And,
not consider her opinion at all.
and would he do that in front of the children?
Yes, he did it in front of everybody.
In front of the family?
Yes.
By the way, did you see your brother do that kind of behavior with the boys when they were teenagers?
Definitely, especially Erik.
Did you see him do that to the boys even before they were teenagers?
Yes.
Did you see him do that to other children in the presence of the boys, like your son or any of the nieces?
Yes.
Jeez. So Jose was just a terrible person. I mean, we know this by now, but this is just confirmation.
When your brother was in the presence of his sons, let's first take it before they were teenagers. Did you ever see him give them orders or directions, tell them what to do, tell them when to go, things like that?
He did that all the time.
And how did they respond to that?
They just obeyed. It was a command.
Did you ever see them at any time when you were around them, when he was giving them any kind of direction or order, did you ever see either one of them argue, fight, refuse, disobey?
Oh, no.
You say that. Oh, no. Are you sure? Never?
Jose was not the type of person you could answer to.
What about you? Could you answer to him?
No.
Did you see adults try to answer him back
Yes, and they would be humiliated and ridiculed
in front of his children?
in front of everybody.
Jeez. Why would you even? I agree. Mountain Princess 207.
Now,
why would
when
you
the
bring your
boys
kids
were
around him? Why would you bring
teenagers,
yourself around him? as
had
an adult?
anything changed with respect to their obedience to their father?
I don't know.
No, they were very obedient.
maybe it's like family loyalty, or I don't know.
Did you ever hear your brother share his philosophy of winning in front of his boys? Did you ever hear him make comments about his philosophy of winning in front of the
Yes.
children?
Yes, I did.
And what was it you heard him say?
Jose would believe that everybody could compete, but only one could win. And that was the only thing that counted, to win.
And you heard him use those words, anybody can compete, but only one can win?
Those were exactly his words. He used them several times. He used them once with my daughter.
And did you ever hear him talking to his children when they hadn't won?
Yes.
And what were those talks like?
Well, they were private talks. He would take the boys sideways and talk to them when they were older. When they were younger, he would do it in front of me and Andy and Erik, for example, which was with us.
All right, let's start with that then. When Erik was younger and Jose was talking openly in front of you and Andy, and Erik
Amy, that's a very
hadn't
good
won,
point.
what were those talks like?
He would tell him he was a sissy, that it was about time that he became a Menendez, that he was not worth his last name, that he should be ashamed of his average, mediocre performance.
And were those words that your brother typically used when criticizing average and mediocre and sissy?
Yes.
And was this notion about being a Menendez as being something superior, had you heard that on other occasions?
Many occasions.
It was this sort of your brother's cliche about the family tradition?
Yes, he was very proud of himself and what he was, and he wanted the boys to be the same.
Was he also proud of his parents and what they were?
Yes.
Now, did you have firsthand knowledge of the degree to which your brother was involved with the everyday details of his children's lives?
Yes, I did.
And how did you obtain that firsthand knowledge?
In many ways. I mean,
Let's talk about this way. Did you ever specifically overhear your brother in his office, his business office, giving instructions or directions to his wife at home?
yes.
And how many times did you overhear that?
In the two occasions that I was with him waiting for a ride back home in his office
His office was where?
in New York.
And his home was in New Jersey.
Correct. Princeton.
And were there days when you would either go into the city, into New York City with him,
That's correct.
and he would give you rides home?
Yeah, he would take me back and forth. Right.
Were you a working mother
That is
from
correct.
1979 on?
Yes, I was.
And did you work in New York City also?
I had clients in New York City.
What was your profession at that time, 1979 to, say, 1985?
I was a financial planner.
And you're now a stockbroker?
I am both now. Yes.
Now, on these two occasions that you remember being in your brother's office in New York, what do you recall happening?
We were listening to some records that he had just brought up with RCA, and
Let me stop you there so the juries will understand. At that time, did your brother work for RCA Records?
That's correct.
And would he, from time to time, talk about artists or up-and-coming groups and play the music for members of the
talking about
family?
That
Menudo?
is correct.
Okay. And is that what's happening here?
Yes, while I was listening to the music, he made a phone call to Kitty to check what the boys had done that afternoon, if they had been in the tennis court and how many hours, and gave him instructions of what to do until he got home.
You said gave him instructions.
Gave her instructions of what to do until he got home.
Okay. And that happened both times that you were waiting for him to give you a ride?
Yes.
Mrs. Cano, do you remember what year that might have been?
1982, 1983.
Let's go back, if we can, to that time around 1972. You've given us one example of an episode between your brother and Lyle. Did you ever see your brother, apart from yelling at Lyle in the way you've described, make Lyle go to his room?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever see him punish him by not allowing him to play with the cousins?
Yes, he did.
did you ever hear him in this era, 1972, call Lyle names?
He ridiculed him because he did not know the answer of a question that Peter knew.
What words would he use to ridicule him?
He would tell him, "You're a dummy. It's about time that you learn more."
Did you ever hear him use the word idiot?
Oh, yes, that was his special.
Did he reserve idiot for Lyle, or did he use idiot for his other son as well?
He used idiot for everybody. There were a
Wife,
bunch of
you-
idiots, you idiots. So that was his favorite word.
Okay. Now let's talk about the methods that you observed when the children were small, beyond what you've already told us. Jose's methods for controlling the children. You've talked about his grabbing them. Were there other things that he did?
Yes, he would look at them straight on the eyes, and he made them look at him straight on the eyes. And if they didn't, he would hold their face to make sure they were looking up to him.
Now, let's move forward to that time when you're living in the same community, basically, as your brother and his family.
You're talking 1979?
1979 on. And with respect to how your brother treated Lyle, do you recall anything special about a manner or method or practice of your brother's concerning having talks with Lyle?
Yes, he encouraged competition, tremendous amount of competition. Where he always had to win.
Who's he?
Lyle always had to win.
So you remember him telling that to Lyle?
Yes,
Do you remember your brother ever taking Lyle aside to talk to him?
yes.
And do you recall how long those talks would last? Or at least how long they'd be off by themselves?
Between 10 minutes and 45 minutes, depended on the issue.
Did you ever attend, during these early years in New Jersey, 79, say, to 82, did you ever attend any soccer games that Lyle or Erik were participating in?
Yes, I did.
And could you describe what your brother's behavior was during the course of his children's soccer games?
He would run parallel to the field with the boys and be yelling at them all the time what to do during the game.
And if they did something wrong, would he yell criticism?
Yes, he did.
And did you ever see him criticizing or yelling at the other children on the team?
Yes.
Did you ever observe your brother on weekends training and drilling the boys in soccer and or tennis?
Yes.
Do you recall ever seeing your brother coaching Lyle?
Of course, yes.
And what did you observe by way of his style of coaching Lyle?
Is it soccer or tennis?
Tennis for the moment.
He would just hit balls and yell at him and keep on hitting balls as hard as he could to Lyle.
Did you ever see your brother, in effect, challenging Lyle to perform in front of the relatives?
Yes.
And what would that be about?
That could be from a question of history to any kind of strength action.
Well, let's talk for a moment about things like history. He would do what, like ask him a question, make him show off to get the right answer in front of the relatives?
That is correct. Peter was
Excuse me, that's legal.
Objection overruled. The answer will stand.
Go ahead.
Next question.
Peter was a very bright young man, and he
But
would
you're talking
right.
about Peter, your son, not Peter, your husband.
Peter, my son,
Okay.
correct. And he would bring Lyle and try to challenge him, and if Lyle didn't respond, he would humiliate him.
Okay, who's he though? You were talking about Peter. Is that who you mean? Who
No,
would bring Lyle?
Jose would bring Lyle and challenge him against Peter's knowledge, which was older too. And he would humiliate Lyle if he didn't know the answer that Peter had just given before.
Okay, so he would try to bring Peter in, try to bring Lyle in to compete now with your son, with Peter.
That's correct.
Did you ever observe your brother Jose talk to Lyle, like sort of in baby talk or talking down to him like he's a child? At any age, did you ever see him do that?
Objection, compound.
Sustain.
Did you ever see your brother talk to Lyle as if Lyle was a little child?
What time frame are you talking about?
Well, let me just ask you this. Did he seem to treat Lyle when Lyle was a small child, did he treat him like a small child from what you
No,
could
he
see?
always,
Lack of foundation.
Are you asking about conversations or something else?
I think I'd like to focus on the way he talked to him, okay?
All right, why don't you rephrase the question?
Thank you. Did he talk to Lyle when Lyle was a small child as if he was a small child?
no, he talked to him as an adult,
And did that go on until Lyle was an adult?
of course.
And what about with respect to Erik?
Same thing. The only difference was he was very annoyed because Erik would start crying and he just hated that.
So when he would humiliate or yell at Erik would cry.
Yeah.
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken, calling for conclusion on the part of the witness.
That he would cry?
Never.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant obviously in your presence from what you could see.
Right.
And would Erik tend to cry when his father chastised him, humiliated him, did all those things you've discussed?
Yes, he did.
And would Lyle tend to do what you previously discussed where he'd look down and
Yeah.
be very stiff?
Lyle would get very stiff, yes, and tense.
I asked you before if you loved Erik very much.
Yes, I do.
How do you feel about Lyle?
Same way. I love him very much.
During
That
his
seems real.
lifetime, did you love your brother?
Very much.
And how about your sister-in-law?
I love Kitty very much too.
Yeah, that's hard.
Did you
That's really hard.
ever hear your brother in talking to Lyle compare Lyle unfavorably to other kids?
Yes, I did.
And what would those conversations be like?
He would challenge him on a very humiliating way that look what usually was Peter. I mean, I hate to keep on bringing that up, but it was usually Peter. When Peter became an All-American in 1983, I was telling Jose about Peter's doings, and he said, wait, and he called Lyle and says, I want you to listen to this. And he made Lyle listen to it, and I feel very embarrassed because it sounded like bragging. And he said to Lyle, why can't you be like your cousin Peter?
Now, had you ever said to your children in front of Erik or Lyle, why can't you be like somebody else?
No, no.
Was that one of those things as a preschool teacher that you were trying to tell your brother not to do?
That's correct.
Now let's turn for a moment to focus on Erik and your brother's treatment of Erik from 1979 onward. Let's start with the swim meets. Did you attend some of Erik's swim meets?
Yes, many of them.
And did you observe physically what Erik's condition would be after he had been in the water for a while?
Yes.
And physically, how did he appear?
He would tremble and get purple, and he just shivered, completely get very tense with his hands together because he was very cold.
And was that common? I mean, is this what happened to Erik when he'd go in these pools?
Yes, it was a cold pool.
Concerning Erik's physical build at this time, in 79, 80, 81, when he was swimming, was he a pudgy kid?
No, he was very skinny.
Did you ever hear your brother at any of these swim meets after Erik had swam and when he was in this shivering condition say anything to Erik about a massage?
Yes.
And what,
Uh-oh.
Mrs. Cano, do you remember your brother saying about a massage?
He would say, come on, Erik, I'm going to give you a massage so you can warm up.
Ugh.
And what would happen after he said that to Erik? Did they go off somewhere?
Yes. Erik would
Ugh.
go to him to a bench or somewhere nearby.
And did you see your brother massaging Erik?
Yes, I did.
Would Erik say anything when your brother said, let me go give you a massage?
No.
Do you recall an episode in 1979 or 1980 when you recall Erik crying because he lost a match at the swim meet?
Yes.
And do you recall your brother's reaction, or what appeared to be your brother's reaction to Erik's crying?
Jose was very angry. because he had been so stupid and had lost the meat.
And did your brother say anything to Erik about his crying?
Yes, he
What-
just told me that, what can I do with this sissy kid? I mean, he won't stop crying. I can't believe this kid.
And was this said in front of Erik?
Yes.
And after saying that, did he take Erik somewhere?
Thank you, Draco, Amy. That was, I really should have given a trigger warning, at the very least at the beginning of this episode, given that we have a family member testifying. So they tend to have more intimate knowledge of these kinds of things. For anyone that has been through any kind of experiences that are traumatic, that have to do with any kind of abuse, including but also not including SA, if any portion of this testimony becomes difficult for you to listen to, it is not worth your mental health to stick around and continue listening to it. Do what you need to do to take care of yourself. If you need to, step away, walk away, hug a pet, hug your kids, put some bare feet on grass, do whatever you need in order to feel better, because this is some difficult stuff to listen to. Even though that's like a public setting that he would give that kind of a massage to Erik, like pull him aside to a bench, next to the pool, it's still weird, especially given all of the stuff that we have already heard. Knowing what we know about the other stuff that would happen inside the house, it's just a lot. It's a lot to hear this kind of stuff happening. So thank you, Draco Amy, for the reminder. And yes, trigger warning for everything moving forward.
He had already taken Erik somewhere, and Erik was crying. Erik was sitting down in a little corner with his head on his knees on the floor.
And what did you do?
I tried to go to console him.
And what happened?
Jose didn't let me.
Let me ask you this, Mrs. Cano. You were an adult at this time, correct?
Yes.
And how many years older than you was your brother?
I'm 2.5 years old than Jose.
You're 2.5 years older than Jose?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the older child.
Right.
Well, why didn't you ignore him?
Jose was a very strong character. You just could not go against Jose's wishes. There's no way. I mean, the tone of his voice and the aggressiveness of the way he said things was very intimidating. You just did not dare to do anything he didn't want you to do.
Even for your godson who you loved so much?
Well, he stopped me. He put his hand, he said, "Let go, Marta. He'll be fine. Leave him alone. He's not a little boy."
Of course, how old was Erik?
He was 7, 8, maybe 9.
He was literally a little boy.
Now, did you observe your brother at any soccer matches with Erik?
Yes.
I wonder too if there's an aspect here of even if you are extended family, wanting to respect the boundaries of the nuclear family as well. there's a part of this that keeps kind of nagging me a little bit, that is, all of these other people that were on the periphery of the Menendez family in some way or another, whether they were a coach or a lifeguard or a cousin or an aunt or uncle, like there are a number of people that are around the periphery here that had to make a judgment call of like, how much am I allowed to interfere in this kind of a situation? And they, they had to make that judgment call, and they had to sit with that judgment call afterwards. And I mean, a lot of these witnesses, you can see them sort of sitting with their guilt as they are testifying and talking about how, like, some explicitly saying, others not explicitly saying it, but you can get this impression from them that they wish that they would have come forward and interfered more on behalf of Erik and Lyle because of the things that were happening. But there were attitudes in 1993, and I mean, what is 1993 as a trial, but a lot of this testimony is from the 70s and 80s. I mean, if folks in the chat that are a little bit older, you can maybe, inform a little bit more about what you saw as to how much it was socially acceptable to interfere with someone else's family if you saw that they were doing things that you didn't agree with or that seemed, abusive. I feel like today, when it seems abusive, it seems more socially acceptable to interfere. But then again, how much more? Like it's looking at all of these individuals. How much can we really say, that they could have or should have interfered, even with today's standards? If we were in their position, how much, how many of us would be willing to take that step, which is a little bit bold in some instances, especially where you have a strong personality like Jose and Kitty even, to be able to cross that line and say, no, I am stepping in, and I'm doing something about this. It's yeah, Shireen, I agree. It's more complicated than black and white. I completely agree. So that's something that is kind of coming up, is this theme of like, how much could people interfere with it, with other people's families. So Draco, Amy, not to mention that people like Jose are very good at getting control, and you don't always realize that abuse until after you're out of it. That's also true. That's also very, very true. And then Celeste, I believe since Jose was the breadwinner of the family, the whole family, maybe they did whatever he said. I mean, yeah, if he was also supporting other members of the extended family, that maybe, there's a bit of control that kind of came with that, with those purse strings, right? Christian Williams, I would have reported it. Okay. I mean, yeah, I think that there are some people that would have, and then some people that maybe wouldn't have. Did they have CPS back then? I am actually not sure. Tori Matthews, another main factor may have been the fact that they were immigrants and wanted their neighbors to view them as a normal American family. I think that might be true. I think that also may have played a factor, because I think that immigrant families were much more in those days, much more interested in assimilating than I think occurs today. Although assimilation is always prevalent even in American society, but I think that today we kind of celebrate diversity a bit more than they did in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, kids still got hit in school, so Sokotoa. I mean, yeah. Martha W., I grew up in an area where the principal of my school had a paddle to whack kids with. So, I mean, yeah, attitudes were very, very different about kids and what you could do with them, and, what was okay and what wasn't. So interesting. Very, very, very interesting to see what you guys are thinking on this. But okay, let's continue with her testimony.
Yes, I did.
And did you hear your brother giving Erik any kind of lecture on aggressiveness or toughness or anything like that?
Yes, I did.
And what was it he was telling Erik at that time?
Well, at that time, the competition was against Andy. Andy was younger, but was very strong and aggressive. And he said, why can't you be like your cousin Andy? Look at Andy. Andy's tough, and you have to be so weak and such a sissy. I feel very bad.
What was Erik doing when his father was saying that to him?
Erik was looking down, very embarrassed.
Can I ask you something? You saw Erik play tennis, and you saw Erik swim, and you saw Erik play soccer.
Yes.
Was he a sissy?
No, he was not. He was great.
Was he a gifted athlete?
I believe so.
Did he play?
As to which?
Gifted athlete.
Objection overruled. Answer will stand.
Your children are athletic too, are they?
We are all athletics, yes.
The whole family?
Yes, right.
Did Erik seem to work hard at his sports?
Very much so.
Did he play hard at his sports?
Very, very hard.
Did he seem to try hard?
Yes, he did.
And did he get better at things as he progressed through them?
He did get, but not enough for Jose.
Now, do you recall when Erik was a youngster, under teenage, that he had some very picky food habits.
Yes.
And without being so picky as to get into what the picky food habits were, do you remember your brother ever commenting in front of not just Erik, but the family
Yes.
about Erik's eating?
Yes.
Objection irrelevant.
This is in front of Erik Menendez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Objection overruled.
And would this be something that would occur during one of these big meals, these family gathering meals like Thanksgiving or Christmas or one of those?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you tell us what your brother did and said about Erik and Erik's food habits?
Jose, in several occasions, would take Erik's plate and show it to everybody, ridiculing him because he used to pick things to the sides that he didn't like, and he thought it was ridiculous what he was doing.
So what you say he would take the plate around and
Show it to everybody, especially to all the other cousins, to see what Erik was doing and what a sissy Erik was.
Now, Erik was at the table while his father's doing it.
Yes,
And what is Erik doing while his father's doing this?
he wanted to disappear.
Okay, but you
Very embarrassed.
can't see
Objection
what somebody
sustained. The
wants.
answer is stricken.
Yeah,
Just try to tell us what you saw.
He used to blush.
yeah. What you observed.
And would he
Can't speculate
sometimes
as to what was
look in
actually
a
said.
particular direction?
Yes, he tried to make it a joke too, but it didn't work.
He was still blushing.
Yeah.
And you say your brother would show the plate and he'd make some kind of comment?
Yes.
And what would he say?
He would say that, don't you think it's about time Erik grows up and eats his whole meal? And don't you think this is sissy? He would show it to different cousins.
And what would the cousins do?
Everybody would laugh.
Yeah, I mean, because kids are going to be impressionable to that kind of thing.
Was
Oh,
it
a
a
grown-up is
frequent
making a
occurrence
joke.
at these
People
family
laugh.
gatherings between 1979 and 1986 when Jose was belittling or humiliating other people that everybody else would laugh?
Yes.
Would you laugh?
No,
You're the only one who wasn't laughing?
that's correct.
Did your daughter Marianne laugh?
I don't recall, but I doubt it.
Do you recall times at these family gatherings when your brother would be watching TV and would have some kind of interaction with Erik?
Yes.
And what would that be about? I mean, not what it's about. Describe for us what you saw and heard.
He would call Erik when he was gone and ask him to sit down beside him and watch the program with him.
And when you say Erik when he was gone, where would Erik have been gone to?
Erik used to go aside and play with Andy.
This is when Erik and Andy had become friends?
Yes.
And if Erik was off playing with Andy, is that when your brother would call to him?
Yes.
And what would then happen?
He would just stay the rest of the afternoon beside Jose watching TV.
Did he complain?
No.
Did he argue, oh, Dad, I don't want to. I want to play
No.
with Andy? Nothing like that.
No.
Did you observe your brother encouraging competition such as arm wrestling or other physical acts between Lyle and Erik?
Yes.
And when your brother would encourage this, would both boys participate?
Yes.
And what would be the usual outcome?
The usual outcome is that Lyle would win and he would praise Lyle and ridicule Erik for losing, make a big deal out of it.
And what about your sister-in-law, Kitty? Was she present for these little competitions?
Yes.
And how would she react when Erik lost and your brother was ridiculing him?
She would smile with Jose.
Did you, between the period of 1979 to 1986, when the family moved, did you ever, or do you remember ever seeing Kitty intercede with Jose's belittling or berating or making fun
Never.
of Erik?
No.
Did you see how Erik treated his mother during those years?
Yes.
How did he treat his mother?
He felt sorry for her. He looked like he was worried about her. He would run errands for her.
Was he nice to her?
Yes.
Do you recall when Lyle was very young? When he was just a baby?
Not much. I wasn't around.
Okay. Do you recall when he was a little toddler?
Yes, I do.
You recall particularly during that week even that you stayed with them in Muncie.
Yes, I do.
Do you recall how Kitty treated Lyle when he was very young?
She did not like Lyle. She seemed to resent him.
Your Honor, move to strike as a conclusion on part of the letter.
Objection sustained. The answer is
Yeah.
stricken.
Did she pay much attention to him?
No, she did not.
Did she pick him up and hug him and kiss him and coo and fondle and cuddle and do any of those things?
No.
Did you ever see situations, particularly during that week's visit, when Lyle would express hunger? That he was hungry?
Well, he would fetch for himself. He would go get on top of whatever was needed and just try to reach whatever he wanted to eat.
Okay. And did you comment on this to your sister-in-law?
Yes, I tried to grab whatever he was trying to grab at one time, and Kitty told me, Marta, leave him alone. He can do it for himself.
And he was
He's used to it.
4.5, going on
Yeah.
5? Had you seen anything like that even earlier?
Yes.
At about what age? I mean, what of Lyle's age? Not.
2.5.
And how did it come up at 2 or 2.5?
Eric Eric the same, but Lyle would just go and climb a chair and get on top of the counter and get his cereal and rip off the box and pour it out, and it was just a disaster.
Well, did
Move to strike the last as
Okay.
conclusion of part.
All right. The last portion of the answer was just a disaster. Was stricken as a conclusion.
at that
I mean,
stage,
okay, who
before the
cares?
child
Who
went
cares
and
about
climbed
that?
and tried to do these
That's
things,
such a
did
minor-
he express hunger?
Whatever.
Did she, in other words, did you ever hear her tell him as a little guy, go get it yourself or feed yourself or do anything?
No, I did not. He seemed to know that. He seemed to know that he would just go and get it himself.
Objection, move to strike as a conclusion on part of the letter.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
When you observed Lyle at that young age climbing counters and reaching in cereal boxes, was your sister-in-law present?
Yes.
Did she make a move to grab the baby so he doesn't fall off the counter?
No.
Nothing. Did
No.
you make a move?
Yes, I did.
And that's when she stopped you and said he can fend for himself?
That's correct.
Let's move on to a time when Erik was approximately 7 or 8. Do you recall a time that you were supposed to go shopping with Kitty?
Yes, I do.
Now, was this before you moved to New Jersey in 79, or was it after, and we're just there for a visit, or was it after you moved?
No, that was during the first 6 months that I had moved into New Jersey.
All right, then Erik would have had to have been 8.5 to 9.
Right.
All right. Now, during this time, was there a day when you were supposed to go shopping with Kitty and you went over to her house?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you become aware that Erik was in some kind of condition?
That is correct.
And would you describe for us what condition you observed Erik to be in?
I saw Eric in the kitchen and I went to give him a kiss and I found that he was burning in fever.
Okay. And then what happened?
I asked him what was wrong and he told me he was sick.
You keep using he. I know it's.
I'm sorry. Eric told me he was sick.
All right. And was Kitty present?
Kitty was upstairs finishing getting ready to go.
All right. And you think this was when did you move to, what month did you?
I moved in July 1979. This is probably around January 1980, January, February 1980.
Okay, so Erik would be just a couple of months past 9.
That's correct.
Yeah, at the end of the year. I know, it's confusing.
Your next question, please.
Erik turns his age on November 27th at the end of the preceding year.
That is correct.
All right, so in most of 1980, Erik is actually 9.
Yes.
All right, so when at some point does Kitty come downstairs and you have a discussion with her about Erik's condition?
Yes, I did.
And does this discussion go on in front of Erik?
Yes.
And would you tell us what that discussion was?
I just told her that we didn't have to go shopping, that I didn't know Erik was sick, and that, we could leave it for another day.
Okay, and what was your sister-in-law's response?
Oh, she told me, oh no, Marta, I mean, it's no big deal. I mean, Erik knows how to, he's fine. He just has a fever. It's no big deal.
And was there any discussion about whether he had seen a doctor or was being taken to a doctor?
There's a call for your text.
Overall.
No, she just said to me, he knows where the aspirins are. Don't worry about it. He's used to
Oh my
staying by
God.
himself.
What time of day was it when you were leaving to go shopping?
9:30 in the morning.
Is this before or after child safety caps on medicine really became a thing? I feel like that was a focal point during my childhood in like the 90s. So I have a sense that like the medicine bottles probably did not have the same sort of child safety mechanisms on them that they do now. So the idea that like at 9 years old, she would just be like, yeah, he can go and get aspirin for himself from the medicine cabinet. Not a big deal. He can watch after himself at 9 years old with a fever is just insane. Again, insane.
And did you see whether there was any food prepared for the child for the course of the day?
No, as a matter of fact, that's why Erik was in the kitchen. He was trying to get some breakfast.
And was there any discussion with Kitty about what he would eat during the day when you guys were gone?
No.
And did you go shopping with her that day?
Yes, we did. We went to New Hope.
What was New Hope?
New Hope, it's a small town in the upper section of Princeton, which was a very charming place to go.
Was it a shopping area or just
It was a very special things like boutique type of shopping.
Okay. Did it have a Dutch theme of some or Danish
Yes.
theme?
Yes, they do.
All right. And how long ago were you gone shopping with Kitty Menendez that day?
We were gone until 2:30 in the afternoon.
And did you go back to her home with her after you were done shopping?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe Erik at that time?
He was in his room.
Did you see him or did you just...
I did go in to see him and he still had fever.
And do you know if he had eaten anything?
I didn't ask him.
During the course of the shopping trip, from 9:30 in the morning to 2:30 in the afternoon, do you recall any time when Kitty went to a telephone and called home to check on the child's health?
No, I asked her to do so a couple of times and she told me it wasn't necessary, that he would be fine.
Now, were there other occasions that you were personally aware of when Erik was left alone when he was under the age of 10?
Yes.
And what other occasions do you recall?
One occasion I needed to go to a parents' weekend and I had asked Kitty if I could leave Andy.
Okay, let me stop you there. This is an occasion when, just to make it shorter, when you went to the Menendez home on a day to drop Andy off.
That is correct, in 1980.
Okay, so this is another time when Erik is 9 years old.
That's correct.
And what time was it that you got to the Menendez home?
About 9 o'clock in the morning.
And when you, what day of the week was this, do you remember?
This was a Saturday morning.
And you were going to leave town for a short period.
I was going to leave for the day and come back in the evening.
So when you, and how old was Andy at this time?
Andy was 2 years younger than Erik, so he was about 7.5.
And would you, of your own accord, have left a 7.5-year-old and a 9-year-old boy alone in a house?
No, I would not.
Now, on this occasion, when you get to the Menendez house, is Erik there?
Yeah, he was there waiting for us.
Is Kitty there?
No, she was not.
Is Jose there?
No, he was not.
Is Lyle there?
No, he was not.
Is there a housekeeper or a coach or
No one was there.
just Erik?
Yes.
So did you drop Andy off and go off and do what you had to do?
No, I asked Erik where was his mother, and he told me she would be back, that she had gone shopping.
And did you wait for her?
Yes, I did.
And what time did she get back?
At 1:30.
In the afternoon.
Yes.
And during that time that you were waiting for her, did you do anything with respect to feeding Erik?
Yes. Yes, I did. I gave Erik breakfast and sat with him and watched both of them play until Kitty came back.
Did Erik indicate to you that he hadn't eaten before you got there?
No, I could see he had not because he was trying to reach for some food.
Objection, move to strike and keep moving on further witness.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
At some point shortly after you arrived, did you observe Erik trying to do something?
Yes,
What was he trying to do?
he was trying to reach some cereal.
Over the course of the time that you visited the Menendez homes, and I believe you've already testified, you visited the Muncie house, correct?
Yes, I did.
Let me just, if I may approach Your Honor.
Hey. Oh,
The Muncie house, the one on the wooded lot, that's the one that you spent the weekend in 72.
That is correct.
Did you visit that house other times as well?
Yes, I did.
During the summers,
Yes,
during the Christmas holidays?
yes.
But you didn't stay there.
No, I did not.
When you would come back during the other summers and the other Christmases, when you'd come from Puerto Rico, would you stay with your sister or your mother?
I stayed with Terry, my sister.
Okay. So this was the only occasion when you spent an entire week inside your brother's home.
Yeah, that was the only time that they invited me to stay there.
And was there a fair amount of bickering going on concerning treatment of the children
Objection begs to when and where.
during that week in Muncie in 1972 during that Christmas time?
Could you repeat that question?
Yes, during that Christmas time when you were there for a week, were there a number of occasions when you were having disagreements with your brother and sister-in-law about their treatment of the children?
Definitely.
Do you think that's why you never got invited back?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Let's turn to the next house, which was the Princeton Junction
Yeah.
house.
doesn't matter.
Is it your
Already heard
understanding that the
question.
Menendez family only lived there for a year while their Pennington house was being built?
That is correct.
Did you ever visit them at the house in Princeton Junction?
No, I did not.
Did you ever even see that house?
No, I did not.
Now, would you say that you had the most contact with your brother's family when they lived in the Pennington, New Jersey house?
Yes, I did.
Now, Pennington is just a sort of suburban tract outside Princeton.
That is correct. Yes.
In fact, was the community in which they lived, the actual development called Elm Ridge Park.
Yes, it was.
And was this house also on a wooded dark lot?
Yes, it was even worse because it had a big lake in the back.
Worse in what sense? What's wrong with having a lake in the back?
Well, I did not like the idea of Andy and Erik being alone in the house with a lake on the back.
And were there woods around that lake?
Yes,
And were there fields beyond those woods?
yes,
And did the Menendez family have a canoe that gave them access onto that lake?
yes, they did.
And was that one of the things you were worried about?
Yes,
Okay. And then you were aware, were you not, of the time when your brother and his family moved into the township of Princeton house?
yes, I did. Yes, I
Now-
know.
They lived there how many months total?
About 6-7 months.
Total.
Yes,
And then they moved to California.
that is correct.
And the next house that they lived in was this one in Calabasas.
Yes,
Okay. So would it be fair to say that most of the contact that your son Andy had, for example, with Erik was had at that Pennington Elm Ridge Park house?
yes,
Did Andy and Erik appear to become close friends?
yes, they were very close.
And did Andy spend nights sleeping over at Erik's house, that house
Yes,
in Pennington?
yes,
And were there some occasions when Erik was permitted to stay overnight at your house?
yes.
On how many occasions was that allowed?
I only recall 2 occasions.
On how many occasions, conversely, was Andy allowed to sleep at Erik's house?
Erik was allowed to stay at Erik's house anytime I needed
You
to
said
leave him.
Erik was allowed to.
I'm sorry, Andy. Andy was allowed to stay at Erik's house or Jose's house every time I needed him because I needed to go away.
You had children who were much older than you,
That is correct.
and they were away at school.
They were in college, yes.
Did you have to go see them?
I wanted to go and see games or parents' weekends or things of that nature.
And so would you drop Andy off at your brother's house?
That is correct.
Now, you've been very critical of your brother's parenting skills.
Yeah.
Why would you leave your son there?
At the time, that's the only place Andy wanted to stay, and he was already 8 and 9, and I would remind him that for him to consider himself alone and that he had to be careful and protect himself because he was not going to get any supervision.
Okay, well, what about getting criticism? Did you also give him warnings about how to cope with that?
Yes, I told him what to do and how to behave and what not to do, even though his cousins will do it. I asked him to remember that I was away and that I was not there to take him to a doctor. And I wanted him to do me that favor in exchange of the favor of leaving him with Erik at the house.
Okay, now I'm confused about two things. Let me ask you, were you concerned about your son's physical safety?
Yes,
Had you observed over the years what you believe to be a lack of adequate physical supervision of Erik and Lyle?
yes,
And in fact, was there an occasion when your son was young and was with Kitty at her home and he sustained an injury?
that is correct.
An injury that required stitches to his face.
17 stitches.
Now, so you had concerns that your child might have some physical harm if he stays with them.
Yes,
So you would drill him, be a good boy, don't run like your cousins do, that sort of thing.
that's right.
What about emotional harm? Were you at all concerned that your Andy, if he were subjected to the belittlement and the other things that you have seen, that it would
Good
harm him?
question.
That concern didn't bother me too much because I knew he knew that I did not believe that, and I did not agree with Jose's beliefs of putting the kids down. He heard me comment about that many, many times.
And in your own parenting of Andy, were you supportive
Definitely,
and encouraging and non-critical?
definitely.
So you didn't think it would do that much harm for an
No,
occasional-
because I made clear every time he would put down Erik, I would say how unfair his uncle had been with Erik, that Erik shouldn't feel that way.
I want to call your attention to at least one of those times when Erik stayed over at your house. Was there something Erik did with respect to the doors in your house that drew your attention?
Yes.
What did he do?
He locked the door in the bedroom when he was with Andy.
And didn't Andy lock his door?
No,
Irrelevant.
Sustained, the answer stricken.
Well, Your Honor, I'd like to be heard on this.
Objection sustained, the answer stricken.
During the entire time that Erik was there, did he keep the door locked?
yes,
Did you ask him not to?
I did.
Did he lock it anyway?
Yes.
Did you overhear Erik say anything about the fact that he could lock the door?
Yes.
What did you hear him say?
Objection hearsay.
I'd like to be heard on this, Your Honor.
Who is the speaker?
Erik,
All right, you may.
There was animal feces all over the place. There was animal food all over the place, spread out in the kitchen. There were leftovers of foods all over the place. It's just towels were dropped on the bathroom, toothpastes without closing. Everything was just a mess.
what about the children's clothing? Did you observe how it was or was not maintained?
The boys were always with stains and rips on their clothes, and they were just very sloppy dressed.
Now, you were a financial planner at this time, were you not?
Yes.
Did you have some notion, without revealing it, as to your brother's income level during this time?
Yes, I did.
Irrelevant.
Overruled. You
Yes,
answered
I did.
no.
Yes, I did.
Was it your understanding that your brother earned sufficient money to pay for a housekeeper?
Objection calls for speculation on part of the witness.
Overruled.
Yes.
Was it your understanding that your brother earned sufficient money to buy clean new clothes for his children?
Yes.
Did you ever observe the laundry room area in the Pennington house?
Yes, I did.
And what would you see on a given day if you looked inside that laundry room area?
There were piles of dirty clothes and piles of clean clothes.
And both in piles.
Two opposite extremes of the laundry room, but they were all on piles, just dumped there.
And would you observe your nephews ever obtaining clothes from the laundry room?
Yes.
And what would you see them doing?
They would just go and fetch for socks or shorts or T-shirts on that pile of clean clothes.
Were you ever with your sister-in-law, Kitty Menendez, when she was preparing to send either of the boys to a sports camp for part of the summer?
Yes, I was.
And was there a typical behavior, something that she would do just before the boys went off to camp?
She would go to the store and buy everything new. to send them to camp.
All new clothes.
Yes.
And what would she do with all the old ones?
She would give them to me for Andy.
And were you able to use them for Andy?
Some of them were not in good condition.
And were they stained? That sort of-
Yes.
Was it the kind of thing that, you took care of your own home, your own laundry? Did you?
Yes. Yes.
You a housewife expert on laundry like all other housewife experts?
Council, let's move on to something else.
Was it your experience that if you don't wash clothes, they wind up getting?
Let's
so
move
much
on to
stain?
something else.
All right. Were there
annoyed.
times when Kitty Menendez would be planning an event or a family gathering when she would call upon your daughters to come help her?
Yes.
Irrelevant.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
Was there an occasion when your daughters were over at Kitty Menendez's house assisting her in some cooking?
Objection, irrelevant.
It's a
Sustained.
foundation, Your Honor, for the next.
Objection sustained. The answer stricken.
Did you go over to Kitty Menendez's house on a day when your daughters were there cooking with her?
Yes.
And on that day when your daughters were there cooking with her, were your nephews there as well, Erik
Yes.
and Lyle?
Yes, they were.
And did Kitty Menendez make a remark concerning your daughters and her sons in front of her sons?
Yes.
And what did she say to you?
She said she would switch with me anytime, that if I wanted to take her boys, she'll keep my girls.
And what did you say?
I just found that outrageous. I
Objection.
didn't know what to say.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Was it said in a joking, bantering way?
Yes,
Then why were you so upset?
because it wasn't joking. She meant it.
Move to strike as a conclusion on the part of the witness.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Were there other occasions
Unhear it,
when your
Jerry.
sister-in-law said in front of one or both of her children that she was sorry that she had boys, or words to that effect?
Yes.
And moving ahead for a moment to 1986, when they were living in the Princeton house, the one on Mountain Avenue, did you go over there one morning and meet with Kitty?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, did you see Lyle and one of his girlfriends?
Yes.
And was there a conversation on that occasion in front of Lyle when Kitty told you something about how she felt about her children?
Yes.
And what was it she said she felt about her children?
She told me she wished they would have never been born because they had broken her marriage.
And
Oh my
did she give you
God.
any other reasons why she wished they had never been born? In other words, we said broken their marriage. Did she say anything else about how they had broken her
She
marriage?
told me they had made her life miserable and separated her from Jose.
Oh my God.
Did she say anything to you in that conversation about Jose's obsession with or focus on the children? Did she say
Yes.
anything about his calling, for example?
Yes.
What did she say in that regard in that conversation?
She said, my husband only cares for the boys.
And did she give an example of that? Did she say anything
Yes.
about when he calls, for example?
Yes.
What did she say about
She
that?
said that
For hearsay.
Overruled.
she was tired of getting orders from Jose what to do here and what to do there for the boys, that he never asked her how she was or how she felt.
That his telephone calls were totally
For the
concerning
boys, yes, concerning the boys.
them. Did Lyle say anything when his mother said these words in front of him?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He was very unrespectful.
After he heard her say that?
Yes.
So it seemed to upset him?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, who wouldn't be upset hearing that from your own mother? That she wishes you were never born because you
Did
ruined
you
her marriage?
observe, I'll strike that. I want to just move back for a moment to February 1987. You say at your father's funeral, you observed this different behavior with Jose and Kitty, this holding hands, nice stuff. You saw them again after that, did you not?
Yes, I did.
On the other occasions after that, after your father's funeral in 87, did you see more of that behavior, the holding hands, the being nice?
Yes,
In fact, did that behavior pretty much continue?
that's correct.
Did you have any idea what had brought about this change?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you inquire of your sister-in-law or your brother what had brought about this change?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
No, I did not. They had never shared
You
anything.
have answered the question. You said no.
No, I did not.
Did you ever discuss this change with any other members of the family?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
During the year, I want to move on for a moment to Erik and some aspects of his personality, okay? When you saw Erik in Muncie in 1972, was that the first time you had seen him or had you seen him before that?
No, I had seen him before.
When he was a baby, even younger than that, could you describe what his personality was with respect to how did he act around people?
He was a sweetheart. He just open his arms and throw himself at you, and he was just a darling little boy.
So he seemed to like people. He'd go
Yes.
to people. He didn't seem afraid.
Yes.
Or,
No.
Now let's fast forward. Over the years, did you see that gradually diminish?
Yes.
By 1979 through, say, 1982, how would you describe Erik during that period of time?
He was very distrustful. He would not look straight to my eyes. He would not allow me to have a conversation with him. He was stuttered. Don't-
Stuttered?
Yeah.
Did he seem happy, sad, what?
He looked like a very sad young man. Oh, he was a little boy at the time yet.
Yes, in 79 to 82, he was. 9
Counsel,
years old.
ask another question, please.
Did he seem outgoing or did he seem shy?
No, he was very shy.
Did he seem self-confident or did he seem nervous?
No, he seemed very insecure and very distrustful was the word. I mean, he just did not.
Was he, at that point, between 79 and 82, a talkative child?
Not with me,
Did you see him being talkative with anyone?
only with Andy. It's the only way that I saw him talking.
Now, as the boys got older, did it appear to you that their sports activities kept increasing?
Yes, definitely.
Were they around the family at family gatherings less and less as they got older?
Yes.
Were there even occasions when one or the other wouldn't be there for Christmas or wouldn't be there for Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when they would come to family gatherings, were they staying as long when they were teenagers as they had when they were children?
No.
Were there certain critical family occasions, in fact, in which the boys were not there at all because of sports?
Yes.
Was one of those, in fact, your father's funeral that you
That is
talked
correct.
about? And was it also your eldest daughter, her name is also Marta?
That is correct.
And did you have a big wedding for her?
Yes.
And was Erik there at all?
No.
And was Lyle there for part of it?
Lyle was there, left to play tennis, and came back.
Now, when you say he left to play tennis, was he on some kind of practice or tournament schedule at that time?
No, Jose just said he needed to practice. So he was late for the wedding, late for the reception.
practice?
He played tennis twice in between the wedding.
And your brother told you that that was on his insistence? On your brother's insistence?
He told me he just needed to play tennis, that he was going to start the season and he needed to be playing tennis.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that by approximately 1984 until August of 1989, you actually saw very little of Erik?
Yes.
And after his parents were dead, did you see a great deal more of him?
Oh, yes.
And did you get very close to him during that time?
Yes, I did.
And do you think that was the time in his life when you best got to know him?
Yes.
Now let's turn our attention for a moment to Lyle. Do you remember Lyle as a very young child?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe, as you did for when Erik was basically a baby and a toddler, can you describe what Lyle was like as a baby and a toddler?
At age 2, 3, you're saying?
Anywhere
What-
from birth to 2, 3.
Between age 2 and age 4 is the one that I recall the most. I would go to family gatherings, I mean, very few times in the year, so I tried to get some rapport, and I tried to grab him and hold him, and he wouldn't let me. He would go running away and hide behind the sofa and just peek at me, and whenever I looked at him, he would run away somewhere else so I wouldn't find him.
So did he seem shy?
He was very shy.
And did he seem less willing to go to people than his brother seemed at the same age?
Definitely.
Now, from 1979 on, did you see a difference in Lyle's personality?
There were 2 times there. Lyle was one person in 79 and was another person in 1983.
Let's hear about the 1979 Lyle, that model year.
Lyle was very restless. He would not stay still 1 minute. He loved to tease. He would always look up to his father and look for his father's approval. He loved to play with stuffed toys and make conversations with. Coming with his Cookie Monster, he would go around, teasing everybody that Cookie Monster was going to eat them or do something to them. And he liked to socialize with his cousins.
Okay, well, now let's talk about Lyle 1983. What's the next phase?
He became very reserved. He would measure his words. He would make sure he thought answers before he answered. He was very unrespectful to his mother. He would answer back to his mother. He would not obey her.
And that was different than what you had seen before.
Definitely.
And that was the same thing you saw when she said right in front of him that she wished he had never been born.
That's right.
Yeah, it's. I would understand
When
if a child has a
in
hard
the
time
years, say,
respecting
between
someone that says that about them.
1982 and 1986 at these family gatherings, would you see Erik and Andy together?
Yes.
And did that become a very routine thing that Erik and Andy would go off together?
Yes.
Did you ever see Erik with any other friend besides Andy?
No.
Do you recall attending any of Erik's birthday parties?
I beg your pardon?
Did you ever attend any of Erik's birthday parties?
I don't think he ever had any.
Not any that you attended?
No, other than the family gatherings. I don't recall.
Well,
any
that's what I mean. Was his birthday celebrated at family
That
gatherings?
is correct. Erik's birthday was celebrated in Thanksgiving.
Okay, so there was no separation between his birthday and the Thanksgiving celebration?
No.
But there would be, he'd have like birthday cake or...
That's correct.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did Erik ever have any parties to which friends were invited?
Not that I can recall.
Now, did you give birthday parties for Andy?
Yes, I did.
Were those just for the family or were they for other boys, for friends?
There were.
Irrelevant.
Sustain.
Did you ever invite Erik to Andy's birthday parties?
Yes, I did.
Was Erik ever permitted to attend?
No.
What about your other children? Did you have birthday parties for them?
At the time, they were older, so they were already on high school level.
Post-birthday
Different.
party
Yes,
age?
exactly.
Okay. Your Honor, this would be a good time to take a break before we go into an area that the people may want some 402 input on.
All right, we'll take a recess, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll resume at 20 minutes to 4. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any final.
All right, and so we are going to go on to part 2 with that. Okay. Because the rest of that is going to be hearing, which I know is interesting to watch, but this is a particularly long hearing, and I would rather have all of Marta's testimony in one session today. So that is what we are going to do. Okay. Here is part 2. The first 35 minutes about is more hearing, I think, on other matters. I can't remember, but here's where we get back into her testimony.
Fortunately, we had a delay in the sheriff's transportation this morning, which got us a little bit late in getting started, but we're now ready to proceed. Occasionally, those things happen. It's not the fault of anybody here. It's just occasionally that things like that do happen. But we're now ready to proceed, and we had a witness on the witness stand. Where is she?
She's in the hall here.
All right, if you would get her, please. Would you state your name again for the record?
Sure. Marta, Marta, Menendez, Cano, Cano.
All right, further direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to go back with you for a moment to 1972 when you stayed in Muncie. Okay.
Yes.
During your visit there, did you and your sister-in-law, Kitty Menendez, take some children to a shopping mall?
Yes, we did.
And who were the children that were on that trip?
I believe I had Marta and Eileen with me and Erik and Lyle.
Marta and Eileen are your two oldest daughters?
That is correct.
And did something unusual occur during the course of that shopping trip at the mall?
Yes, it did.
And would you tell us what happened?
The boys were not holding hands with us like I had my two girls at the time. And I mentioned to Kitty, why don't you hold hands? Oh, no, they would be fine. And they were running all over the store, destroying all the dresses. And then all of a sudden, I didn't see Erik and Lyle anymore. And I said, Kitty, where's Erik? Where's Lyle? And she said, oh, don't worry about it. They will be fine.
Let me stop you for a moment. At this time in 1972, Erik was 2 and Lyle was going on 5?
That's right.
Okay, go on.
Marta tried, as a matter of fact, to hold him, but there was no way. I mean, he was used to being wild on the store, so she couldn't hold him.
Marta, by that you mean your oldest daughter?
I'm sorry, Marta, my eldest daughter.
And at that time, she was known by her nickname Martika?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you tell us now you don't see Erik or Lyle, is that correct?
That's correct. And
Okay. Just let me ask a question. Do you go looking for them?
I wanted to, but Kitty told me not to worry about it, that they were fine, that they knew what to do if they got lost.
And subsequently to that, did you hear anything over the public address system?
Yes,
Just answer one question at a time.
Sorry.
Okay. And
hard
what
when you
did
wanna
you
be
hear
helpful.
over the public address system?
I heard Kitty being called, Mrs. Menendez, to go to the information booth to pick up her children.
And that's what the message was on the. And so, did she then go and pick up the children?
No, she did not.
Did she say anything?
Yes, I said first.
Did you say something to her first?
Yes, I said, oh, Kitty, they found the boys. And then she went ahead and said to me, oh, great, we know where they are, so we can keep on shopping.
And did she keep on shopping?
Yes, she did.
And how long after the announcement that the children were at the information booth was it before she went and got them?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
Now, was this the only time that something like this occurred where the children got lost while shopping?
No, it wasn't.
And was there another occasion about 3 years later?
Yes.
And do you recall where this took place? Was it the same
Okay, we're back on. And it was funny because it was just the indie cam when she jumped on there. So it was like focused entirely on her. It was like the live stream was just her. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. These things happen. My internet goes out and these things yeah. Okay, so Holmes, he's searching for more Tritos. Okay, let's get back to it. Sorry about that. These things happen. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Let's do it.
Where are the boys? And again, she's just said to me,
Because of the, ooh, that's too far.
And on this occasion, Erik was 5 and Lyle was about 8.
that's right.
And what happened on this occasion?
Same thing. I was alone with Kitty and the 2 boys. And
Did you have any of your girls with you? Or was it
no,
just,
I did not at the time. I don't think so.
And at some point while you were shopping, the boys disappeared?
They were always running around loose. I mean, that was part of the behavior, normal behavior. And all of a sudden, again, I couldn't rest not seeing the boys. And all of a sudden, I didn't see them. And I said, Kitty, where are the boys? And again, she's just said to me, don't worry, Marta, they'll be fine. They're big guys. They know what they're doing.
Okay, and was there some period of time later when there was again some indication that the boys had been located or someone had them?
Yes.
And on this occasion, did she go and get them right away?
No, she did not. But I had it and I went to meet the boys. I told her I would wait for her in the information booth.
So she had indicated that she wanted to continue to shop again.
She continued. She was about 2 hours that time because I went myself. So she was not worried.
Now, I want to talk to you. You said that went out and about with the boys, they were running around. When they were in their own home, were they running around wild the way they would when they were out shopping?
No, they were not.
Also, staying with 1972 for a moment, during that entire week that you stayed at the Menendez home, I believe I showed you a photograph, a family photograph, and in that photograph, Erik is sitting on his mother's lap. Correct?
That's correct.
Apart from when that photograph was taken,
I know you
did
love
you
that treat.
at any time during
I
that
know.
week see Kitty holding
Be
Erik
quiet.
No.
or picking him up?
No. Neither Lyle.
Did she have either of the children ever near her when she was sitting and talking to adults? Did she ever have the children sitting next to her?
No.
Now, you have described some incidents in which you saw your brother being critical or being hostile towards the children. Did you ever see any incidents where
I'm sorry if you hear Indy whining. It's not pain. She's whining out of pure joy. Mr. Bites gave her this little rawhide that she just loves these things, and she loves them so much that it's painful. So she's walking around with it in her mouth, and she is whining because she's just so happy. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Kitty was angry or hostile towards the children?
Yes, many of them.
And what was the typical way, based on your experience over the years, of her demonstrating her anger or hostility towards the boys?
Well, she will go.
Holmes,
Just a,
come here.
Was it always,
Holmes.
did she always have the same way of demonstrating anger?
Yes.
Come here. Holmes.
And what was that method?
She would all of a sudden get very violent and throw things and bang things and scream at the kids and pick them up by an arm, just like Jose used to do, and shake them and throw them and send them to their room.
Did you ever hear her calling either Lyle or Erik names?
Yes.
And what names do you recall her most frequently using?
Idiot, stupid, clumsy.
And with these outbursts of hers come on gradually? I mean, could you see the steam building, or would she just blow?
No, that's the difference with Jose. She just all of a sudden she was talking to me, and all of a sudden she would just raged out of nowhere.
So we've heard
So,
similar testimony
with your
from
brother, was it
Diane and
more
others.
predictable? Could you see it coming?
Yes.
Did you drive in a car with Kitty Menendez as the driver? Okay,
Yes.
strike that. That wasn't English. Did you ride in a car as a passenger when Kitty Menendez was the driver?
Yes.
And did she have a particular style or method of driving?
I don't know if I would call her style or a method. She was a reckless driver.
Was that occasionally or more
No,
often than occasionally?
That was all the time.
And what do you mean by reckless?
She would accelerate to the end, even if we're going to stop in the corner. She would turn 90-degree angles. She wouldn't look before she turned. She would accelerate, and if she could, we would be 90 miles an hour instantly. It was very uncomfortable.
Do you ever remember seeing any car seats in her car, children's car seats?
No.
Oh, geez.
Do you remember
That's
riding
terrifying.
in the car with her in 1972 when Erik was 2 and his being unsecured in the car?
Definitely. The boys were out of the window. They drove with their hands out of the window, pulling them out to get some fresh air, which scared me to death.
Did you ever see the boys or either of them hanging on to a strap to keep from sliding off the seat?
No, they were standing. They were not even sitting.
And was this in 72?
Yes.
And later on, did she obtain a car that had a sunroof?
Yes.
And was there a typical way in which she allowed the children to ride in that car?
Yes.
And would you describe that for the jury?
They would go standing with their whole body, half of their body out the window and on the sunroof with their hands up like the kids do in the roller coasters.
Mm-hmm. And would she ever tell them to sit down or to sit
No,
still?
she thought it was silly that I didn't like it, that the kids had a lot of fun doing that.
Now, after Erik was about 13, did you see less of him at his sports functions, say?
Yes, I did.
And why was that you saw less of him?
I was asked not to go
Asked by whom?
by Kitty.
And would you have, in the past, before that, routinely taken Andy along?
Yes,
And by being asked not to go, did that mean Andy didn't go either?
that's correct.
And at about the same time, was there also a difference in the frequency with which Andy was allowed to stay over at Erik's house?
Yes.
And what happened there? Was it less frequent, more frequent?
Well, Andy would call constantly to go and spend weekends or go and play for an afternoon with Erik. And Kitty will always answer the phone and say that, sorry, Andy, but Erik is very busy. Maybe when his father is out of town, you can come try next weekend.
But the bottom line was that Andy didn't get to go very often, did he?
No.
Did you ever hear Kitty when she was talking to you about her unhappiness with her marriage, the fact that she didn't feel she came first?
Yes, that was a constant talk.
Did she ever use the phrase, "I'm garbage"?
Yes.
Would you tell us how that fit into that conversation?
Well, I used to minimize it. I used to say, oh, Kitty, don't feel bad. I mean, it's just that Jose is so obsessed with the boys that, oh, he thinks of that, but he loves you and he cares for you. And she says, I don't think so, Marta. Sometimes I feel like garbage.
And did she say that on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Now, way back when you first started testifying, you had made mention of a discussion that you had with your brother in about 1987, where he was describing how he perceived Erik.
That's correct.
Now, was this a discussion in person or over the telephone?
No, it was over the telephone.
And was the basic topic of this discussion your son?
That's correct.
You were talking about Andy and schools for Andy?
That's correct.
All right. But somehow in that discussion, your brother started talking about Erik.
He felt that maybe I should not put Andy in a private school. That, for example, with Erik, when he took him out of PDS, had been sort of better because Erik wasn't as strong and as powerful. He was too soft and too tender and too mediocre to go, and he felt better in the public school than in the private school. That maybe I should do the same with Andy.
So he started talking about matching children to schools and then gave you this description of Erik as soft and weak and tender.
Right.
There's a meeting and calls for conclusion. Questions to be asked and answered.
Well, you also misstated it, so objection sustained.
Was softness and tenderness in the way your brother was describing Erik, did that sound like those were compliments or
No.
were those criticisms?
No, that was
Cause for speculation and conclusion on the part of the witness.
Sustained.
Well, what was his tone of voice when he's saying this?
Jose for years had been very aggravated with Erik's softness and tenderness and ridiculous
We're gonna object
crying
to
and
speculation.
sensitivity, and he had.
Strike is unresponsive, Your Honor.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Were there other occasions upon which your brother complained to you about Erik's weak personality?
Many times.
And had he referred to him in the past as too tender, too soft?
Definitely.
I like Leslie's outfit today. Much more so than.
And did
than
those
the
descriptions of
previous one.
Erik as sensitive, tender, soft, did that comport with what you saw in Erik?
Objection, Ms. Davis, testifying.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, after your, strike that, at some point after Sunday, August 20th, 1989, did you learn that your brother and sister-in-law had been killed?
Yes.
And did you then come to California?
Yes, I did.
And how soon after you learned of their death did you come?
As soon as I could.
Well, when was that?
Within 3 hours.
On what day did you learn of their death?
At 9 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time, on the 21st, Monday.
And were you in California Monday afternoon?
Yes.
And when you got to California, where did you go?
I went straight to the Belage Hotel.
The
Belage,
Belage?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Belage. Is that
Okay.
the place?
Yes.
And was that a place where other Menendez and Anderson family members were staying?
Yes.
And how long did you stay in Los Angeles on that trip?
Until Friday night.
And that was Friday night, the 25th?
That's correct.
And on Friday night, the 25th, where did you go?
The whole family, including myself, went to Princeton, New Jersey for the funeral.
And was there a memorial service here in Los Angeles before the funeral in Princeton?
Yes.
And what was the day of the memorial service here?
Friday morning, same day at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Friday the 25th.
That's correct.
And what was the day of the funeral in Princeton?
It was Monday. So it was Monday. I believe that it was around 11 o'clock in the morning as well.
That was the 27th?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when you got here on Monday, did you, at any time on that day, did you see Erik or Lyle?
I don't recall. I don't think I saw them that day.
Did you see Erik or Lyle on Tuesday?
Yes.
And where did you see them on Tuesday?
I saw them at the Belage. Erik came with Mark Hefferman. Lyle came before on his own.
And were they with other people as well as Mark? Were they with relatives?
Yes.
Was there talking among the relatives?
Yes.
Did you have any time alone with them on that day?
No.
On the next day, at some point on Tuesday, did you go to Jose's business office?
Yes, I
Objection,
did.
irrelevant.
Overruled.
And was that an office at Live, L-I-V-E Entertainment?
That is correct.
And where was that office located at that time?
Here in Van Nuys.
And did you spend a portion of Tuesday at his office?
Yes, I did.
And did you have a conversation, without telling us what, with his secretary, Marzi Eisenberg?
Yes, I did.
And with Ms. Eisenberg present, did you look through your brother's papers?
Yes, I did.
And did you continue to do that on part of the day Wednesday as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you, as a result of looking through those papers, write up a document?
Yes, I did.
Did you also remove some of those papers and maintain them?
Yes, I took all the files.
And was there some specific information that you were trying to gather as a financial planner?
Yes, I was.
And was that information about the assets and the liabilities of your brother's estate?
That's correct.
Now, at some point on Wednesday or Thursday, did you set up an appointment to talk to Erik and Lyle?
Yes.
And did you approach them and tell them something?
I told them that
Counsel, the court sustains its objection at this point.
And did you have a private meeting with them at some point?
Yes, I did.
And what was the day, to the best of your recollection, of the private meeting?
Thursday, early evening.
And was that the first time you had been alone with Erik and Lyle, or either of them, from the time you came in on Monday?
Yes.
Now, without getting into it, did you tell Erik and Lyle what the purpose of the meeting was before the meeting?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask this question as a foundation for future testimony. Well, I'm not going to get into the meeting.
Foundation for what?
Future testimony.
All right. If you can answer that question, yes or no?
No.
No, you didn't tell them the purpose.
No.
Also, by the way, I missed this because of the internet issue. Sandra Ramirez, thank you so much for gifting 10 Legalbytes memberships. You are always donating gifts or gifting memberships. So I really appreciate it. That's so kind and so generous of you. And to the 10 people that have been gifted memberships, welcome to Bite Club. I hope to see you on Friday, always Friday. I don't know why I was almost going to say Saturday, for the members only live stream. So welcome. Anyway, let's continue.
Now, were your sister, Terry Baralt, and her husband, Carlos Baralt, here in Los Angeles for that same period of time that you were, Monday to Friday?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, were they the executors of your brother's will?
Yes, they were.
Were you a witness on your brother's will?
Yes, I was.
And were you aware
Ooh,
that
this
that
is
will had been
interesting.
written in 1981?
Yes, I was.
Now, were you aware during that week that you were in Los Angeles that your brother had an insurance policy with Sun Life Insurance?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, were you the person who was the broker for that insurance policy?
That is correct.
And when was it that you had basically sold your brother that insurance policy?
In 1986.
Now, had you ever discussed the existence of that insurance policy with either Erik or Lyle before your brother's death?
No, as a matter of fact, I had not ever
Okay, you've
discussed it.
answered the question.
You can just say no.
No.
That's
Had
important.
you at any time before your brother's death ever heard Erik and Lyle themselves discussing any insurance policy?
No.
During that week that you were in Los Angeles from Monday to Friday, did you file a claim against that insurance policy?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that before or after any discussion you might have had with Erik and Lyle about that policy?
I did it before while I was at Life Entertainment.
So without even discussing it with them, you just filed the claim?
That is correct.
Did you have, in fact, the paperwork on that policy?
It was in my office, and I called my secretary, and she faxed it to Sun Life.
It was in your office in Florida.
That's correct.
When you went through Jose Menendez's papers at his office, was there any copy of that policy there? Was there any reference to the policy?
No, I
there?
looked.
So that's why it was important that she went through the details of, like, you came to Los Angeles, you never had a moment alone with Erik and Lyle before you went to, you know, his Jose's office or what have you. Like, it was interesting, and I couldn't figure out why she was asking that, but now it's clear, because what they are getting at here, for anybody that's not tracking, is there is a life insurance policy that she had sold to Jose. So that's worth ostensibly a lot of money. And so when he dies, obviously someone gets the proceeds for that life insurance. My guess is probably the policy says that Erik and Lyle would get the money, or Erik and Lyle and Kitty would get the money. And this is obviously going into, or what the defense is doing is they're trying to combat the prosecution's narrative here that Erik and Lyle did this for the will. They did it for the inheritance. They did it for all of the money that Jose and Kitty were worth at the time, and that was why they killed their parents. So what the defense here is pointing out is that Erik and Lyle did not know about the existence of this life insurance policy. You know, she never said anything to them about it. The idea that Jose or Kitty would tell them about it would seem strange because of what you know, the way that they were with the kids. So, you know, the idea that they even knew about this insurance policy seems very, very, very small. And she didn't tell them about it before filing the claim. They had no idea that she even filed the claim. So that's very interesting. And she also was a witness onto his will. So I'm sure that we're going to get some more details on that as well. All right, let's continue. This is getting even more interesting here.
Looked for it and it wasn't there.
Now, when you filed this claim, were you claiming on behalf of the contingent beneficiaries?
That is correct.
And were Erik and Lyle the contingent or second beneficiaries?
Yes, they were.
Did you tell anybody else in the family that you were doing this before you did it?
No.
I might have a moment, Sean.
Yes.
Did you maintain any kind of written record that showed the exact date upon which you had the meeting with Lyle and Erik?
Yes.
You have
Oh,
to
no,
the date.
sorry. No.
Okay. Is there any uncertainty in your mind about whether the meeting was on Wednesday or Thursday?
Yes.
Sorry. I need to start charging my earbuds because it's been
Your Honor,
a
if we
minute.
might approach briefly concerning scheduling.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Well,
Two matters. I just needed to mark a couple of photographs.
all right.
You recall testifying, Mrs. Cano, that you were in your brother's office when he was at RCA on two occasions when you overheard him calling home and giving detailed instructions and asking detailed
Yes, I
questions.
did.
And I'd like to mark a photograph. Where are we?
Kate Cat, thank you so much for gifting 5 Legalbytes memberships. Very kind and generous of you as
186.
well.
Thank you.
And to all those that are now members of Bike Club.
And that's an 8 by 10
welcome
black
Bike
and white
Club. Hope
photograph.
to see you on Friday for our members only live stream.
I also want to mark another photograph, 187. And that's a smaller photograph of Erik Menendez, approximately 9. showing you first the black and white photograph is this picture of how your brother looked during that time when he worked for RCA, when you described the phone calls.
Yes.
He pretty much maintained that look throughout his life, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And now remember describing a story for us about when you and Kitty were going shopping and Erik was homesick?
Yes.
And does this photograph 187 accurately depict what Erik looked like at that age?
Yes, he looks a little bit fuller there, but he was like that.
This was about the same age
Just a little thinner.
at episode. He was thinner on the day that he was sick?
Yes.
Okay, I was looking at that first photo and I was like, that's Lyle? I'm confused. Or Erik. So that's the one on the right is Erik.
And finally, one other matter. Have you seen today a police report from the Beverly Hills Police Department dated August 19th, 1993?
Yes, I did.
And is this a police report that purports to contain a conversation between yourself and Detective Zoller back in October of 1989?
That's correct.
Now, in fact, from the period of August 21st, for several months after that, did you have frequent telephone contact with Detective Zoller?
Yes, I did.
Were you making some efforts to be of assistance to him?
That is correct.
Were you giving him names and information?
Yes, I was.
I'm sorry, I'm going to beg the court's indulgence. I just remembered an entire area that I meant to go into that I forgot, so. Yeah, that too. When you first got to Los Angeles in the week of August 21st, had you already received some kind of indication that the police were interested in or pursuing a theory of who was responsible for your brother's death?
Yes.
And where had you received that information from?
Marcy.
Overall.
Okay, so Marcy told you
My
something.
brother's secretary, when she called me and informed me about Jose's death, she told me, I asked her
Okay,
what.
without anything further.
That's fine. I'm not asking you for what Marcy told you, but
Okay.
you had in mind that the police's investigation was taking a particular path or direction. Is that
Yes.
correct? And did you have a number of conversations with the police where you were talking about the notion that Jose's death may have been related to business
Correct.
and may have been related to some underworld types in the business?
That's right.
And do you specifically recall a conversation with Detective Zoller at the Hamburger Hamlet restaurant on Sunset on some day in October of 1989?
I remember going for lunch with him.
Can you now remember 4 years later what
No.
that conversation
No,
was?
I did not.
And you're aware of the fact that this report dated August 19th, 1993 is the only memorialization of supposedly of that conversation. Have you ever seen any other police
So
report or
barely
notes
argumentative.
that purported to contain a conversation
so sensitive on that
between
one.
yourself and Detective Zoller?
No.
Irrelevant with the strike.
No, they were all informal.
You had informal talks with him.
Yes.
Did you ever see any notes of his relating to your conversations?
I don't recall seeing any.
Do you recall asking me as recently as 2 weeks ago, how come?
Irrelevant calls for hearsay.
This is the only time you've seen a police report that claims to have a conversation between yourself and Detective Zoller.
That's correct.
And in the course of this, according to this police report, so we'll strike that. Do you recall talking to Detective Zoller, whether on this day at the Hamburger Hamlet or in your phone calls, about one of your brother's business connections, one of the businesses that he had been involved in?
Yes.
And do you recall talking about people, Morris Levy and Noel Bloom?
Yes.
And was it your belief at this time, based on what you originally heard from Marcy, that they were suspects?
Yes.
In October of 1989, did you have any reason to believe that Lyle and Erik were responsible for this?
Not at all.
Now, in the course of talking to Detective Zoller, whether on this day or another day, did you ever tell him Did you ever describe your brother's family to him in very positive terms?
I'm sure I did.
And let me read you, for example. Did you ever describe your brother's family as close and loving?
Close, yes. Loving, I wouldn't say that. It could be that that was his conclusion of my conversation.
Okay.
But it could be. I mean, at the time, I had no reason to disclose Jose's truth and change anything that he always wanted to portray. I didn't want to do that.
Let me ask you this. You've testified here for a day and some about a lot of behaviors of your brothers and your sister-in-laws that you didn't like.
Right.
Did you tell the police about the treatment that you saw your brother and sister-in-law impose on their children?
I didn't tell anybody.
But why didn't you tell that to the police in
Because
1989?
it would break the image that I know Jose and Kitty always wanted to give, and I had no reason to do that.
Okay, you didn't have any reason to believe that at that time that those things that you saw had led to their death.
No, not at all.
Did you discover after your brother and sister-in-law's death that there were things that had been concealed from you by them over the course of their life?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Did you learn things about their family after they died that you didn't know when they were alive?
Same objection and irrelevant.
Had you ever heard from your brother or your sister-in-law when they were alive that Erik had any kind of learning problems?
Objection asked and answered.
Did you know about your brother's 8-year affair while he was alive?
Objection is to the second.
Whoa, that's the first time we've heard about that.
Did you ever know before your sister-in-law died why she was taking those pills?
Objection calls for speculation. Calls for hearsay.
It asks if she has personal knowledge.
Objection sustained.
Okay, so even though we didn't hear it from the witness, like obviously, the best testimony it comes from the witness. But even still, what we have here is theater. We have performance. This is very, very interesting. I mean, Leslie is giving us like a master class in how to put information in front of a jury that is not really acceptable, like for the court, like it's not really admissible. We're talking about, apparently Erik had a learning disability that was kept quiet, that nobody talked about, nobody disclosed, nobody did anything about it either. Then we also have an 8-year affair that Jose had. With whom, might we ask? I don't know, but now I'm asking all these questions in my brain. Then we've also got what else? What was the last one? I got distracted by all of this. We have no information for the pills. Why was Kitty taking the pills that she was taking? We have the witness. She's just kind of sitting there smiling at Leslie because she knows she can't say any of this stuff because everything's been objected to. And it's like that smile is almost saying like, there is so much there. There is so much there. And I can't say anything about it, but I know it. And so now we have the jury kind of has this hint that all of this is information that exists, but the prosecution will not allow them to hear it, and the judge will not allow them to hear it either. So I am very curious to know at this point in the trial, like if the jurors, what their impression is of this judge, because a lot of questions have come up about whether or not he's biased against the defense, biased against Leslie in particular. Maybe he's just annoyed that this trial has gone on as long as it has, and so he wants it to move on. But he definitely has this appearance that he doesn't exactly love the defense. Let's just put it that way. So I mean, this is just very, very, very interesting that we have some tea that is spilling without spilling. It's just kind of dripping over the edge, I guess we could say. So, my, oh my, we have this allegation about an 8-year affair. I wonder if we're going to actually hear these details through someone, but it definitely seems like Marta knows about it. All right. And Care Bear, thank you for this context in the chat. Jose had affairs with several women, one in New York, another in Los Angeles, from what I remember. I mean, and maybe not just women based on what we know about the Menudo allegations and, you know, what happened with Erik and Lyle. Um, yikes. Okay. All right, let's continue and see how this continues to develop because we've got another hour and a half of her testimony through cross-examination and redirect and maybe a little bit more direct. I don't
Did
know.
you have personal knowledge of why Kitty was taking Valium?
Objection
No.
sustained.
Speculation.
The answer is no. Objection sustained anyway. Next question, please.
I mean, if the Netflix documentary, The Monster.
Did you ever stay
not
over at the
documentary.
house on Elm Drive?
Yes.
So, sorry, one final thought that the Netflix Monster series, I call it documentary, it's not a documentary. It's anything but really. But if that Monster series is going to be about the Menendez brothers or Menendez family, Menendez trial, like has been reported, if they have anyone other than Jose being the monster in that, it will be a complete like a completely misinformed season of that show. I know it drew a lot of criticism with Dahmer and all of that, and it's probably good. I would imagine that it would probably draw similar criticism in some ways about the violence and other aspects of it that are just really horrific. But yeah, I mean, it's clear at this point that Jose was in fact a monster. At least that's my opinion.
And was that a very large house?
Yes.
I would like to show the witness some photographs, Ron, if I could.
How much longer are you going to be with this witness? You indicated that you had completed your examination.
I think it's going to be another 10 minutes.
On what subjects? Approach the sidebar, please. Counsel indicated they have a brief further direct examination showing a couple of pictures and asking a couple of questions of the witness, and then
Yeah,
they'll have
he's definitely-
cross-examination.
I'm not sure that the couple of
Definitely
questions-
impatient now.
That's what you indicated.
They always grow. Were you aware, Mrs. Cano, that there was an investigation of the deaths of your brother and sister-in-law instigated by Live Entertainment?
Yes, I did.
And was that to try to deal with the issue of whether it was business-related?
Yes.
And were you familiar with a firm of private investigators called Palladino and Sutherland?
Is that the one that called me on the phone?
Yeah, that's the one that called you on the
Yes.
phone. And in fact, in February of 1990, were you interviewed over the telephone by somebody from that firm?
Yes.
And did you talk to them about some of the same information that you had talked to Detective Zoller about, these business contacts of your brothers that you were suspicious about?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you say flattering things about your brother to this investigator over the telephone?
I probably did.
Did you tell them, for example, that your brother was moral and ethical to the extreme?
That was the picture Jose wanted to portray, and I was not going to change it for any other reason.
Did you think your brother was moral to the extreme?
I thought he was in the business world. I knew he wasn't in the family world.
Did you also tell them that your brother was undefeatable? The only way to get rid of Jose was to kill him?
Yes,
Whoa.
and I do believe that.
And were you, in talking about one of these business connections, did you even mention to Palladino that your brother was sarcastic and put this person down?
Yes.
And was that, let's strike that, Did you see your brother being sarcastic, being a put-down artist with adults as well as children?
He did.
Okay, here we go. Sorry. Sorry, my other earbud that was still in my ear actually died on me. So this one's now charged up enough. All right. Switch through these. Now we're continuing.
That all the time. Anytime anyone tried to defy him, he would humiliate them and ridicule them and win.
Was your brother in your family held up as an idol, an ideal, something to aspire to?
Yes, because he was extremely successful in the business world.
Now, did you also tell Palladino and Sutherland that, with respect to your brother and his children, that your brother would tell them what to do and what not to do, that he gave them no choices?
That's correct.
Did you also, however, tell them that the boys couldn't have been more loved and pampered?
I'm not sure I said it that way because they were never loved and pampered, but I probably told them that they had everything they wanted or needed to want. You know, materialistic things, they had them all.
Well, do you think that in talking to these investigators, you were trying to paint a rosy but untrue picture of
I'm
the
sure.
family?
I'm sure I was.
Did you also, however, tell them that the boys were very good kids?
Yes, they were.
Did you also tell them that neither boy is much of a talker? That's how they were raised, just like their parents, very reserved, very private.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing further with leave of court so that it won't delay things. I'll show the photographs during redirect. Would that be easier?
Only if the purpose is to show photographs and nothing else. If there's
Yeah.
going to be extensive examination on any events that occurred when she was at the house, then I want you to do it now.
No, they won't be.
All right, cross-examination.
All right, cross-examination.
Mrs. Cano, at the time that you spoke to Detective Zoller, specifically at the Hamburger Hamlet, were you aware of the fact that he was trying to solve the murder of your brother and your sister-in-law?
Of course I was.
And did you think that,
Object to the use of the word murder, Your Honor. That's for the juries to decide.
Overruled.
did you think that
Okay.
that was something that was important?
I would disagree with that, but that's me.
It was- okay. And at that time, you gave him information which now it seems you knew to be misleading. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that. I just omitted certain issues that I did not see any reason to reveal at the time.
Okay, did you tell him that Jose did everything for Erik and Lyle?
That is correct. He even instructed them what to say.
He would often travel with them as a family to various parts of the United States to watch their involvement in tennis. Did you tell Detective Zoller that?
Not exactly to watch the involvement, but to tell them how to play tennis. Yes.
You
To be
just,
part of their tennis match. Yes.
did you also tell him or describe the family as being close and loving?
They were close. They were not loving. I
What-
could not have said that. I know that that's part of that. And I believe that that was probably a conclusion from Dr. Zoller from saying that they were always together. Yes, they were always together.
You want to help the defendants in this case, don't you?
Not necessarily. I have my own personal integrity. And remember, I'm talking against my brother here. I'm not talking against a stranger.
You also told Detective
point.
Zoller asked you, did he not, if you knew of any problems within the family, and you said no.
That is correct. The problems that I knew, I did not think at the time had anything to do with the killings, and I would reserve them because Jose never wanted to portray that out to the outside.
But Jose was dead at that point, is that correct?
That is correct, but his image was still there.
And you didn't think that the things that you've described to this jury were problems enough to tell Detective Zoller about, is that correct?
I am sorry, could you repeat that question?
Well, you've told this jury about several instances in which you viewed either Mr. Menendez or Mrs. Menendez mistreating their children. Would that be a fair characterization?
That is correct.
And you didn't think that was important to tell Detective Zoller when you spoke to him on October of 89?
No, he didn't ask me any on those issues. If he would have asked me, maybe I would have said something to him, but he didn't ask me any questions on those issues.
But it was your intent when you talked to Detective Zoller to paint a rosy picture.
It was my intent to continue to portray my brother's and his family's image. Yes, it was.
And when you talked to the Palladino investigators, you tried to paint the same picture.
That is correct.
And now you're trying to paint a different picture.
No, now I'm saying the truth.
Okay, so before you didn't tell the truth.
I omitted certain issues of the truth because, as I said, at that time, I did not have to carry with the conscience that if I didn't say the truth, horrible things could happen.
And are you saying that you feel differently now?
I don't feel different. I feel exactly the same way. I just know things that I didn't know before, and I have to have the integrity to say what I know.
And you didn't have the integrity to say what you knew before.
I've always talked with integrity. I just omitted issues that he never asked me direct. As a matter of fact, if you see on the detectives, the other person that interrogated me, he did ask me how did they behave, and I told him that they were very secretive. I didn't say that to Zoller. He never asked me.
Now, in October of 1989, I believe you indicated in your direct examination that you had no reason to suspect the defendants. Is that correct?
That's definitely correct.
So all of the mistreatment that you had observed over the years did not, in your mind, provide any kind of motivation. Is that correct for them to have done the killings?
Rephrase the question.
In October of 1989, you were aware of all these incidents of mistreatment, which you've told the jury about
That
today.
is correct.
And that information was all done because the parents were dead as of October of 89. In other words, you had witnessed all these things prior to October of 89.
Yes, and I still think that they would
Wait.
not have killed him for that alone.
Okay, but that is your opinion. That is
Right.
correct?
That is correct.
So the fact of all these things going on did not cause you to be suspicious. Is that correct?
No, they were very good kids.
I take it you love your nephews very much.
I do, and so I do love my brother. And
Okay, well, the question is, do you love your nephews?
yes, I do.
Your brother and Mrs. Menendez are gone,
Not in my memory,
but they're gone. They're dead.
in your mind, not in mine.
And you want to help these defendants, don't you?
I want to say the truth about the defendants. I think I have a need and an obligation to reveal the truth.
Why didn't you tell detectives?
I've got to say, for someone who had a hard time standing up to Jose and Kitty and interfering and all that kind of stuff, you would think that someone with that kind of a personality would have a hard time on cross-examination at a time like this, but she is really holding herself very well under scrutiny here, because inconsistencies are always going to be a problem for a witness. Like if there are inconsistencies with a witness's prior testimony or prior telling of events that are in some kind of a report, I mean, this is the way to deal with it, by, the way that Leslie did, at the end, talking about it after the jury has gotten very used to this witness and probably is following along pretty well with the way that she's telling the story of what she saw and what she experienced with this family. I say that because we're all following along pretty well. I find her to be very credible. I find her to be very sincere. And, she's in a very complex sort of position because of loyalty to her brother. Obviously, she felt some amount of loyalty to him if she was telling Detective Zoller that he was like this perfect picture of a person, and that, he was a wonderful person and great with his kids and all that kind of stuff, when in fact the opposite was true. So she was obviously felt some amount of loyalty to him to like protect his image even after he was gone, when there's no reason, like there's no way for him to come back, right? Then at the same time, so you would think that someone who was kind of intimidated, at least enough to not interfere with Jose and Kitty and their family, that she would kind of crumble under cross-examination. But here, like I said, she is holding her own very well. she's explaining these inconsistencies in a way that honestly I kind of understand. I understand that like when a family member is grieving the death, especially a very violent death of her brother and her sister-in-law, whatever complicated feelings you might have about your sibling and your sibling-in-law, you might not necessarily want to remember those bad parts, about them. And you might not necessarily want to go around sharing that information with detectives talking about them because it kind of feels like maybe like you're adding insult to injury. If if they're asking questions about what this person was like, what their life was like, they already were like almost torn to pieces in the way that they died. So to also be like, yes, public information, public people, public investigation, like all of these people out there that are asking all these questions about what happened here and what this family was like and what everything was going on. Yeah, let me air out all of our dirty laundry very willingly. I can understand someone in her position being like, no, I want to protect the privacy of this family. I want to protect the integrity of this family, what integrity actually exists, putting that in air quotes. Like I can understand that until you realize, no, it actually is very important for this information to be out there. It actually is because it's incredibly relevant. Because if you thought previously that this was some kind of a mafia hit job, none of that is relevant. So what point is there in giving that information? But then as that it comes out that it was not a mafia hit job, it was Erik and Lyle, then all of that suddenly becomes very relevant and and you want to give that information. I can understand that. I am honestly, I'm bought into her explanation here. And the way that she's saying it is very calm. She's not combative, but she is sticking to her guns. She's got her feet planted and she's staying there and she's saying, no, like there is no discomfort with her reasoning that she is giving for why she changed the way that she gave the narrative to Detective Zoller and to others. So I don't know. That's my impression, but I think she's holding up very, very well right now.
Detective Zoller the truth when you talked to him in October of '89.
The boys were not at stake at the time.
So since they're at stake, it's then that you will paint this picture.
Again, the same thing I said to you. I didn't lie to him. I just deviated portraits of image. I did not reveal personal details that I knew that were confidential reports. I didn't reveal them to anyone that knew.
Right.
When you were asked by Detective Zoller if you knew of any problems within the family, you said no.
He was referring to other kinds of problems.
Well, did you think that the things that you've told this jury about, both the juries about, do you think those were problems?
Those were mistreatments and definitely were issues, but I didn't see them as problems in reference to threaten my brother's life.
I believe you indicated that on one occasion when you were coming back from, I think it was Erik's graduation from high school, that Kitty Menendez got in an accident. She asked you to lie for her, to
That
Jose.
is correct.
And you did that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you,
very embarrassingly wise.
but
I
you lied to help Kitty.
I wouldn't put it that way. I would have done it for you too. I mean, it was a matter of avoiding a confrontation with Jose. That's the way I understood it. And the last thing I wanted to do on Erik's graduation was to set up an issue that apparently was an issue according to Kitty's behavior.
Okay, so you were willing to lie about what happened to the car, is that correct?
I find that a very minor detail. I was not in anyone's life at stake. If their lives would be today, I would not be lying. Whether it's in their behalf or not, I would not be lying.
Now, I believe you've told the juries about several instances of bad conduct by your brother and by your sister-in-law. Would that be a fair characterization?
Would you rephrase that?
Yes. You've talked about many things that your brother did to his sons that were mistreatment in your mind, correct?
That's correct.
And you also testified to many things about Mrs. Menendez, too.
That is correct.
Do you have anything nice to say about your brother? Were there any good character characteristics that he had?
His total dedication to his children, which became an obsession and a possession, unfortunately. If it would have been only a total dedication, I would have admired it all my life, because they did have, both of them, total dedication. The problem is it became a sick type of obsessive dedication.
Well, what I wanted to know is, did they have any positive character traits? Either one of them?
I believe that's a positive thing. To be dedicated to your children is very positive.
But I believe you've indicated that it became an obsession, which is a negative character trait.
Unfortunately, it did.
Do you have anything positive to say about your brother?
He
Objection
was
asked and
an
answered.
admirable person. He controlled every business negotiation he would encounter. He would control every single conversation that we were into. He would manage to have the right words to ridicule and intimidate and humiliate and manipulate anyone that was present, so he could control. So in my eyes, believe it or not, I admired his ability to control and to turn things around to his behalf and to his favor. I did admire that. He was unbelievable.
You admire that in him.
Of course.
Okay, what about
I
Mrs.
didn't admire that manipulation, but I admire his ability to do that.
What about Mrs. Menendez? Is there anything about her that you liked? Or
I
anything?
admire her. She was a tremendous athlete. She was very strong. She could pick up a Christmas tree and move it from one place to the other and didn't have to wait until her husband came home to do it, which I couldn't do. I admire that strength. I admire the fact that she was intelligent and she was a handyman and she could put together a barbecue. I remember once we bought a barbecue and I didn't know where to start, and she had no problem putting it together and getting the right tools. And I admire all that on her. She was great on that. She was very.
See, I don't understand what is the strategy with this line of questioning. Like, does the prosecution think that she's not going to be able to say a single thing that is nice about Jose and Kitty? Like, she's going to be like, no, they were terrible people forever, and there was absolutely no good quality to either of them. This is his sister. She's going to say something nice about him. And even, it's like the jury has heard so many sickening things about Jose and about Kitty that it's like, it would be weird if she said some glowing remarks about them both. And I think that it could also be forgiven if she was like, actually, it turns out he was kind of a scumbag. And I have a hard time finding likable qualities in either of them right now. I feel like people would forgive her for saying that. But the fact that she's able to say, hey, he was incredibly dedicated to his kids. Now he took that too far, but he was incredibly dedicated to his kids. That is a compliment. That is a compliment, because that is a positive way that you could look at what Jose did and what he was maybe trying to do, arguably with an unhealthy, very unhealthy mind, very, very, very unhealthy mind. And then also about Kitty, saying, well, she was also very strong and she was very, handy around the house and all this kind of stuff. Like I don't understand what the prosecution is trying to get at here with this line of questioning. How does this help the prosecution? How does this discredit this witness? I don't see this strategy working out very well. And honestly, like, it's just making me like her even more, because she's seeing nuance in these people that she has testified about all of these terrible things that they've done. And I see a human being on the stand that is a human being that sees nuance, which makes me like her even more. It makes me trust her even more. That's just me.
She was very, she had a tremendous amount of abilities.
So you admire the fact that she was physically strong, correct?
Yes,
That she was intelligent,
that's correct.
and that she had mechanical ability.
That is correct.
Now, I believe you indicated on your direct examination that you lived in Puerto Rico for the 14 years prior to 1979. Is that
That is
correct?
correct.
So from 1965
Courtney,
to 1979.
That is correct.
Question too far.
And I believe you indicated you stayed with your brother for 1 week in 1972. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And between 1972 and 1979, on how many occasions did you see your brother interact with his family?
Every Christmas and every summer.
Okay, I believe the summer vacations were for 2 weeks.
I went from 2 weeks to a month, depending, always went in the month of July and spent, I stayed at Terry's, but they lived within 5 miles. So
So the only time that you actually lived in the Menendez home during that period of time when you were residing in Puerto Rico was the 1 week in 1972.
that's the only one I recall.
Did you ever live in the Menendez home again for any period of time, including an overnight stay, between 1979 and the time of their deaths in 1989?
I stayed overnight when I was moving.
And when was that?
That was in 1986.
And was that at the Princeton house?
That is correct.
And how long did you stay there in 1986?
I'm sorry?
How many nights did you spend there while you were moving?
Just one night. Jose was on a trip and Kitty was alone in the house.
All right, so the total number of nights that you spent in the house would be the 1 week in 1972 and the one night in 1986.
To sleep, yes.
And then I believe you indicated you spent some time in Beverly Hills, is that correct?
Yes, I came for a week within Erik's graduation time.
Did you spend did you
I
stay
spent
at,
1 week at the house, yes.
so that it would be 2 weeks during the course of 17 years and one night when you were moving?
Yes, but we were a very close family. We interrelated and got together many, many times.
I believe you indicated on one occasion that Erik Menendez was, I believe you said, a toddler or a baby, and that he was running around in the woods outside of the house. Do you remember your testimony in that regard?
Yes, I do.
Were there other cousins of his around him at that time?
That was a danger, that there were kids from all ages and he was the baby. He was 2 and there were kids 4, 5, 7, which were not looking after him. They were too small as well and they were playing rough.
All right, and so the oldest child involved was 7 years old?
There were the boys were playing, which was Peter, Erik, and Lyle. And Peter was only 2 years older than Lyle, and Lyle was 5. So we're talking Peter 7, 5, and 2.5. I mean 2, not even 5. Lyle was not 5 yet.
And
And Peter had just turned 7 because Peter was born in December 65.
So Peter was not old enough to look after a child?
They were not looking after anybody. They were playing hide and seek and running and hitting one another. I don't call that looking, it's not a sitting down playing.
I believe there were some photographs on the board yesterday showing Erik as a baby holding on to some bars. Is that
That's
correct?
right. That's right.
Those photographs, do you know where they were taken or when?
I know that they were taking at that time. I know from Erik's age. I mean, during that time. Plus, at the time, Jose used to brag about the fact that he would take the boys to the gym and make them strong, showing them all this strength in the bars.
But you weren't personally present when the photograph was taken, were you?
No, I was not presently taken. That's a gym bar, and I think I stated that I had never been at the gym.
I believe you testified about some driving on Mrs. Menendez's part. At the time, did she have seat belts installed in her car
Of course.
in 1972?
Of course. She had top of the line cars and they all had seats in the back seat and the front seat. I had my kids put the seat belts because I didn't feel comfortable
Didn't she have
leaving them loose there.
an older model Jaguar?
No, it was not a Jaguar. I don't know what kind of car it was, but I think it was a Buick. I'm not sure, but I recall it was a Buick. I'm not sure of that. It was a big car. It was not a Jaguar.
I believe you indicated during your testimony and just
Hang on. Before we move on to the next question. Okay, so that question sounds like the prosecutor was looking for a gotcha about the seatbelt, saying that the car that Kitty had was an older model Jaguar that didn't have seatbelts. And so therefore it's unreasonable to allow or to expect her to have the kids in seatbelts and whatnot. But the response from the witness is, no, that's not the car she had. She had a different car and she came off pretty confidently. I don't know why the prosecution would ask that question and not have something immediately backed up to show what kind of a car to say like, no, she had the older model Jaguar, not a new state-of-the-art Buick. Because then to show for the jury definitively, no, you are mistaken. You are wrong. this is the old adage, never ask a question to which you don't already know the answer at trial. Discovery is it's a different matter. You're asking all kinds of questions that you don't have information for. You're getting information at that stage. But at trial, if you're going to ask a question like that and you're going to try to get the witness on that, have your information backed up behind you so that you can actually nail the witness. Otherwise, you just look like you're trying to get them, but they're getting you because she came across very confidently. She seems to know what she was talking about because she was there. The prosecution, the prosecutor wasn't there. So you have to show the jury that you know what you're talking about because you have information that's going to impeach them. So bad move.
And just recently that Mrs. Menendez was a strong woman.
Very so.
Now, between 1986 and 1989, how many times did you see Kitty Menendez? 1986 is the year that you moved to Florida and they moved to California. Is that correct?
I saw them several times.
Well, several times a year.
From 86 to 89, I
Yes.
saw them in Christmas. Christmas 86, I don't think they attended. I think they didn't go and meet with us. But I saw them in February 87 when my father died, and I saw them in September 87 when my daughter Marta got married, and I saw them in April 87 when they went to Florida for the Easter Bowl, which they attended every year.
April 87 or
I
88?
believe so. I think they went 87, 88, and 89.
So you saw them on those occasions?
That's correct.
Did you see them Christmas of 88?
As a matter of fact, let me get back. Christmas 86, they went to New Jersey. I didn't because it was the last Christmas of my father, so I remember that. I did not attend that Christmas myself. Christmas 88, we were together.
How many months?
Maybe not. I don't recall, really. I mean, I know at the time they were not attending to many Christmases anymore, so I can't recall exactly if it was 88, the one that I didn't see them, or if it was 87. I think we met in 87. That's it. We met in 87 after my father's death. We were all there for Christmas. We were not together in 88.
And these Christmases you've talked about, were they celebrated on the East Coast?
They were celebrated at Terry's, yes. They used to be celebrated at Jose's when they lived in the East Coast, but when they moved, we celebrate them at Terry's.
How many months before their deaths was it that you last saw the Menendezes? Was it
June, the end of June 1989.
So at that time, was Kitty still a strong woman?
Oh, yes.
Now, I believe you indicated that you moved to the East Coast
That
in
was a dumb
1979
question.
from Puerto Rico, and you stayed there until your
That was-
move to Florida.
Sorry, that was another dumb question. Was Kitty still a strong woman? Yes. That doesn't help your case. Why would you ask that if you like, based on what we've heard from this witness prior to that question? I would expect her to say that because she already said, yeah, I admired how strong that Kitty was. She was a very physically strong person, surprisingly so even. And so why would you ask that to say, oh, in June when they died in October 1989, in June 1989, was she still a strong woman? Yeah. All of these reasons why everybody else was intimidated by Kitty. That's there are some questions here that I am very confused as to what's like why, but also here's an interesting point. Janine Bowen, thank you for saying this in the chat. Honestly, seatbelts weren't the thing back then. That came later. Kids were just allowed to be in the backseat doing whatever. Yeah, I mean that's a very good point. Very good point. 70s and 80s. The question is whether or not in the 90s, now this is 1993, whether that was in the mind and in the memory of the people on the jury. Because if it wasn't, that's something for the prosecution to make apparent to them, to say like, nobody had their kids, seat belted and in car seats and all this kind of thing. Like that was something that happened over time. That they over time became a thing that was enforced very strongly, and then became a very strong, cultural point that we have to protect our kids by putting them into seatbelts and car seats and all that kind of thing. That's up to the prosecution to make that super clear. And it seems like she tried to get there, but didn't. I mean, there is this point that not all cars at that time even had seatbelts. That's an interesting point. But was Kitty's car one of those? That's another question that she was not successful in getting that data point in front of the jury, if that was the case that Kitty's car did not have a seatbelt.
Florida in 1986, is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat it again? I was
Yeah. You moved from Puerto Rico to the East Coast in 1979,
Right.
and you stayed there until 1986 when you moved to Florida, correct?
That is correct.
Who moved out of New Jersey first, the Menendezes or you?
I did.
And do you remember what month you moved?
Sure. I moved in June 1986, and Jose, I believe, moved in September, October. My daughter Marianne stayed that summer with them because I was gone, so I'm sure that they moved after me.
Now, during that period of time, 1979, 1986, were you aware of the fact that relatives, cousins of the Menendezes would spend the summer, various cousins spent the summers at their home?
I'm only aware of one that spent the summer there,
And who was that?
Alicia.
Alicia?
She's
Yes,
gonna say
after
her own
Marianne left or something, I think Alicia stayed there babysitting the house.
Right, now I'm referring to the years between 1979 and 1986.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Before you moved to Florida.
Yes.
Were you aware that cousins on Mrs. Menendez's side came and stayed for the summer or longer at the Menendez home?
Sure.
Do you remember which ones?
I saw Diane very much. Diane is the one that I really remember the most. I don't remember Alan.
You don't remember Alan at all?
Not myself, no. I don't think Alan was there after 79.
How about Kathy?
No,
You don't remember her either?
no, I don't think she was there after 79. Not that I saw her anyway. If she was there, it was a very short period of time because I did not see her.
I mean, she only visited once, and that was a short trip.
Did you ever see your brother strike his children?
With his hand, once I did see it.
And who did he strike and what year, if you can recall?
It was Erik, and it was after a soccer game. He was angry because Erik had been a sissy.
And that was the only time you
And
ever
he just
Danny Wallace.
struck him on the side and
Where?
pushed him on his side. He just hit him hard that the kid lost his balance.
He hit him on the arm?
Yes.
Did you ever see your brother hit Lyle?
Not hit him.
Okay. Did you ever see your your sister-in-law hit either of her children?
Kitty would throw things at them.
Did you ever see her hit them with her hand?
They would move out of the way of the object that she was throwing.
Did you ever see her hit them with her hand?
With her hand, yes, I saw her hit Lyle once with her hand.
How old was Lyle when she did that?
12, 13,
Was there a period of time where Lyle was disrespectful to his mother?
yes.
Could you tell me when that started?
That started in his teenage years. He sort of started resenting his mother. I
Well,
felt that,
You got to move to strike, started resenting as a
I'm
conclusion on the
sorry.
part of the witness.
That was my,
I believe you indicated then when he started to become a teenager, what age would you say?
I would say he was about 14. By the time he had a girlfriend, more or less,
And what would he do to his mother to show disrespect? What
he
actions?
would not obey her. He would answer back to her. He would talk very rude to her, very unrespectful.
Did you see that kind of behavior continue in him past the age of 14?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Lyle being rude or disrespectful to his
The
mother?
last time was at the Princeton Avenue house in 1986, right before they were on the process of moving, which I stated when Kitty made that comment to me that
Okay, you've answered the question. So that was 1986. Lyle was 18 years old at the time. Is that correct?
that's correct. I also saw him with her in 1989 when I went to Erik's graduation, but Lyle didn't attend the graduation with us. Lyle showed up very sloppily later at the back of the graduation. He was not with the family that day. I knew something was happening.
Move to strike. I knew something was happening as a conclusion on the part of the witness and non-responsive. Now, when you saw Lyle at Erik's graduation, did he continue to treat his mother in a disrespectful manner?
I saw him interact with both his father and mother very little. As a matter of fact, I saw Lyle. I stopped at Mass, and he was there.
Yeah, you can
No.
answer the question, yes or no.
Sustain the answers, but we asked the question.
Could you repeat
Okay,
the
yeah, the
question?
question is, when you were at the house for Erik's graduation in 1989, did you or did you not see Lyle treat his mother disrespectfully?
I don't recall really. I don't recall seeing him. Didn't see him much.
Mrs. Cano, I believe you've indicated just recently in your testimony that you saw Mrs. Menendez throw things at her children.
Yes.
Did you ever report her for child abuse?
No, you don't do that with your sister-in-law unless the boy is hurt. I mean, you just don't do that. I knew that was out of hand, but in my mind, I tried to diminish it because I just didn't want to believe that of Kitty.
But you saw it.
Yes, I did.
So it wasn't someone else telling you about it, you actually saw it.
No, I saw it and I found it completely out of hand, and I did feel that she needed some help on her aggressive way of uncontrolled temper.
So what did you do to get her help?
I told her that she should go to a psychologist, that it was not normal behavior, and she looked at me very upset. She didn't like my comment.
You also gave her Valium, didn't you?
She asked me for Valium, and I told her I had some and that she could take it because I didn't take it.
So you gave her your Valium, is that
That is
correct?
correct. I
Is that
had
a-
been prescribed Valium
Well, now we know
once,
why
and I
she
never
took
it.
the Valium. So what was the objection
The
for her there?
incidences that you've related to these juries, did you ever discuss them with other members of your family, like your sister Terry or your mother?
Yes, they were always discussed about the cruelty and the aggressiveness of Jose and Kitty treating the kids. Yes.
And so at some point, did you decide to intervene and try to get help for
No,
these-
because I had no idea that it went further than that. All that we saw was cruel and was wrong. But, in the society that we live, you can't just go to the police and say the kid is being pulled. I see that in jail every day when I go, and the jail people are there
You
and
wanna
they don't
move
do
to
anything
strike
about it.
everything starting with when she goes to jail.
Objection sustained.
Aside from going to the police, did you ever think of going for any kind of professional help for these?
I'm going to object at this point that this is irrelevant. It's not her job.
Counsel, let's not argue with objection. Relevancy, I have another question.
It's
Let me
irrelevant.
hear the question.
The question was, did you and your other family members ever try to go to a psychologist or someone aside from the police for help?
Objection overruled.
I did tell Kitty, and I did mention, we did discuss in the family several times that Kitty should go to a psychologist because it was not normal behavior, the way she behaved with the boys. Yes, we did.
What about Jose going to a psychologist? Did you ever discuss that?
It's interesting, we did, and Jose was such an image that my mother had always justified anything Jose did, so we just, in our mind, I knew that Jose was very aggressive, but I didn't.
I believe you indicated that you had been a teacher for 14 years.
Yes, I was.
Did you have training in dealing with child psychology?
Yes, I did.
I believe you indicated there was an incident when Erik was 8 or 9 and that you went over to pick up Mrs. Menendez to go shopping and you discovered that Erik had a fever. Is that correct?
That's right. It's the time of this picture, as a matter of fact.
And I take it you were upset by the fact that Erik had a fever. Is that correct?
I wasn't exactly upset. I was concerned.
And so you told Mrs. Menendez, did you not, well, I'm not going to go shopping with you because I'm not going to help you to leave this child here.
No, I didn't say that. I told her, Kitty, we don't have to go shopping. We can go another day. As a matter of fact, it was her invitation to take me shopping and for lunch at New Hope. I told her, Kitty, we don't have to go today. I can go another day. And she told me, oh, no, Marta, there's no need. He'll be fine.
So you went shopping with her.
Yes, I did.
So you didn't refuse to go shopping in spite of the fact that Erik had this fever.
I didn't want
Argumentative.
to hurt her feelings. She seemed to be convinced that Erik would be fine.
See, it's times like this that it does feel inconsistent. The rulings feel inconsistent because that did feel a little bit argumentative. Under normal circumstances, I would say, hell no, this is cross-examination. You can be as argumentative as you want. But in this courtroom, they're very sensitive about being argumentative. And I feel like that last question should have been sustained as argumentative. So, being like, well, you still went to go shopping nonetheless, even though you said he had a, he had a temperature or whatever, and you say you were so concerned, but you still went shopping and you're this teacher with all this, with all this experience. I think this is why I really have a problem with over managing. I think that this is something that happens in this courtroom is they over manage the argumentativeness for the purposes of decorum. I understand the need for decorum in the courtroom, but when it comes to cross-examination, you should be able to be aggressive with the witness. You should. But the thing is that when you do it on one side, you've got to do it on the other. And I feel like here the judge is allowing the prosecution to be a bit more aggressive with this witness than they allowed the defense to be with prior witnesses. That's my opinion.
I believe you indicated there was an incident where you were going to go out of town and your son Andy was about 7.5 years old. And you went to drop him off at the Menendez home and found that the only person in attendance was Erik.
That is correct.
And so he would have been about 9 or 9.5 at that time. Is that correct?
It was during the spring of 80, so
Well,
80, 81, I don't remember. Probably. I don't recall. He was around 9 years old.
So he's
He
2
was
years.
not 10, I know that. He was small. He was 8 or 9.
I believe you indicated then that you waited at the house until Mrs. Menendez came home. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
At that point, did you leave your son at the house?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I was not able to go to where I was going to go, but I went shopping for a little while and came back.
So after Mrs. Menendez returned home, you left your son there.
For a couple of hours. Yes, I did.
But you were concerned before she got home because Erik had been left alone.
That is correct. I asked her if she was going to go out again, and she told me she was. And she was very angry, too, because I had waited. She thought it was ridiculous that the kids could fetch for themselves while she was gone.
I believe you also indicated that the Muncie house had a lake, and that you were worried about the lake.
No, not in Muncie.
Well, which
The
house?
house was in the Pennington house. The lake was in the Pennington house. I don't recall any lake on Muncie. If there was one, I don't remember.
All right, so the Pennington house had a lake, and you were concerned about the lake.
It's right behind the house. The house was at the border of the lake.
Did you ever let your son go over to the house when you weren't there?
Yes, I did. When he was a little bit older, I left him more than when he was smaller.
But when he was smaller, did you leave him there?
I left him. I left Marta, my daughter, many times with him to watch over him.
Did you ever leave him alone without Marta being there?
Yes, I did.
And you knew about the lake, correct?
Yes, but Kitty was there.
And you knew that in spite of Kitty being there, that she often did not supervise her children.
That is correct. And I made very sure that Andy remembered the instructions of what to do and what not to do. That was the condition. He loved so much to be with Erik that he would do anything for me to be with Erik. So I would say, okay, Andy, I'll let you go if you promise me that you're going to behave as if you had no supervision, because you're not going to get any supervision. And he did.
How old was Andy when they moved into the Pennington house? Do you remember?
Well, I don't know when they moved to the Pennington house. They were living in the Pennington house in 1979 when I arrived in Princeton. That was the first time I went to the Pennington house.
And when was your son, when was Andy born?
Andy was born in July 14th, 1973.
So when you got to the United States, Andy was about 6 years old.
That is correct.
How old was your son Andy when he got the injury which required 17 stitches?
He was 3.
And I believe you indicated that you had left him alone with Kitty Menendez. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Well, you'd left him at the Menendez home.
No, I was in Puerto Rico and he had gone on a trip to my sister's with Marta, and he was spending a month with Marta in New Jersey at my sister Terry's house.
And it's your understanding that your son Andy was at the Menendez home when he cut himself. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm going to object to this because this is beyond her personal knowledge. She was in Puerto Rico.
Objection sustained on ground for care.
I believe you indicated that your son Andy required 17 stitches at some point after being at the Menendez home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was it your state of mind that somehow someone had neglected him?
I'm going to object to that. Her state of mind is not an issue.
When your son Andy was 3 years old, you saw him with a cut on his chin, correct?
Not on the chin,
Where was this cut?
right on his forehead.
And it had stitches in it, correct?
Of course.
And then when you moved to the Princeton area, I believe you indicated that it was 1979 and the Menendezes had a lake behind their house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you continued to leave your son Andy at the Menendez home after he had sustained this cut with the 17 stitches,
And
correct?
he was not 3 years old.
He was 6 years old.
He was 6 and a half, 7. When he was 6 and 7, I would leave him with his sisters. When he was older, around 8 or 9, he used to stay by himself with Erik and Kitty and Lyle.
I believe you've indicated in your testimony in your direct examination that your brother encouraged competition among the boys, including your sons. Is that
is
correct?
Yes.
I believe you indicated in your direct examination that there were animal feces inside of the homes that the Menendez lived in. Is that correct?
Yes, all over the place.
I believe you indicated there was animal food in the house.
Yes, because they had the dog and the ferret as well would go into the laundry room where the food was and just pull it out and spread it all over.
I believe you indicated that there was dirty laundry in the house.
Yes.
And that sometimes the defendants wore clothes that were dirty.
Yes.
I believe you indicated that Kitty didn't really participate too much in meal preparation, that the children got their own meals on occasion.
The only meal that Kitty prepared was the evening meal.
I believe you indicated that Mr. Menendez spoke abusively to his sons.
Oh, yes.
I believe you indicated that Mrs. Menendez drove recklessly,
Yes,
and that at least on one occasion you saw her take Valium,
that's correct.
and you
Does this
left
help the
your son there.
prosecution?
Objection, Your Honor, it's argumentative.
Yes, Andy loved Erik so much that it would break my heart not to leave him playing with his cousin. It was only for one day, and I knew one day was not going to hurt him.
I believe that you indicated you let him spend the night there as well.
One day, that's it. I would leave him Saturday morning and pick him up Sunday afternoon.
How
When I
many-
was going to my other kids, they were all in sports in college and high school, so I was going to travel with them to watch their matches and games.
Were you worried about your son Andy when you left him in this environment?
I would call him a couple of times Saturday night and Sunday morning, many times.
Did you ever consider taking him with you?
Yes, I wanted to take him with me. He didn't want to go. He said it was boring to sit down beside a swimming pool or in a volleyball game or a water polo game, whatever the kid was, to sit there all afternoon. And I could understand. He was only a 7-year-old and he really wanted to be and play with Erik. I could understand that. He
So-
was my brother. We're better.
And so all of these things that you've complained about in the Menendez household did not keep you from leaving your son there.
Objection, argumentative.
It worried me though.
But you left him there anyway.
Objection, argumentative.
Yes, I left him there anyway with a lot of instructions, but I did.
And you also, your daughter, Marianne, also lived there for a period of 2 months.
Marianne was an adult at the time.
She could make her own
She
choices.
had just finished college, so she was an adult. She decided to stay there because she wanted to work in town, and Kitty offered her to stay there. It was her choice, not mine.
I have nothing further of this witness.
All right, is there a redirect?
I really don't feel like that cross-examination was effective. I don't. I mean, half of those questions, I don't really know why they asked them. I mean, going through again, in rapid succession, all of the things that she said that Kitty and Jose did wrong. And then at the end saying, oh, but you still let your kid spend time there. You still dropped your son off for an overnight, and then trying to say, well, your daughter Marianne was living there for 2 months. And the point that she was an adult is very important. But to say you still left your child there. It's family. I can see somebody saying, I think overall things are probably going to be okay because this is family. I don't know. Holmes, do you agree? I don't know. Okay, let's continue.
All right.
Were you afraid of your brother?
I wasn't afraid of him. I was intimidated by him.
You were afraid of his mouth and his anger, weren't you?
Oh, yes.
And on some level, were you also afraid of Kitty, of her anger as well?
Objection, Vegas to what level?
I'm sorry?
Vegas to what level she's talking about? I think she said on some level.
Objection. Did you understand the question?
Yes, I do understand.
Objection
Yes.
overruled.
Kitty was, I was even more scared of Kitty because at least with Jose, I know when it was coming. Kitty would change from being very quiet to being very abruptly aggressive, and it was very scary. You didn't know what to expect. So Kitty was somebody that I was very careful not to get in her rage because it was just out of hand.
Prosecutor was basically asking you, why didn't you interfere and intervene and run to the police and have them all arrested for child abuse? Did you feel that you actually knew everything that was going on in that home?
Of course not.
Did you feel these were very secretive and private people?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
They were very secretive and private.
And with respect to your brother, would you say that in your family circle, the exception perhaps of your mother, that he was the strongest willed person in the family?
That is correct, and your exception is well taken.
And wasn't your brother your mother's darling?
Yes.
And were you conscious of the fact that if you criticized your brother or tried to do anything that would harm your brother, that it would bring down the wrath of your mother?
Objection sustained.
Did you have some concerns with respect to your relationship with and your ability to continue within the family headed by your mother if you were to say or do anything that could hurt your brother?
I didn't have concerns at the time, but it's definitely true.
When you were living in New Jersey with your 5 children,
Yes.
were you a single mother?
Yes, I was.
Were you supporting those children on your own?
Yes, I was.
And was your family important to you?
Very important. That's why I moved to Princeton when I divorced.
To be with your sister and your brother and their families?
That's correct.
And did you have any desire to disrupt and bring scandal to your family?
Objection, relevance and leading.
It's relevant.
Not at all. It's the last thing I wanted to do. I had enough disruption in my own family.
And even after your brother and your sister-in-law were dead, were you conscious of the notion of not bringing any negative scandal to your brother and sister-in-law?
Of course, there was a very beautiful image of what the Menendez had been, and I didn't want to change that. I wish I would have never had to change it.
With respect to this notion of image, was image and status as important to Kitty as it was to Jose?
Objection calls for speculation and Mr. Menendez.
Sustained on the former ground.
Did Kitty talk to you about the importance of one's status in society and other people's perceptions of one?
Yes, that was the most important thing for her. What people thought of her was very important.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect on behalf of Lyle Menendez? Any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right. How long will the examination of this witness take before the Erik Menendez jury? All right, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the Lyle Menendez jury is concerned, we'll excuse you until 2 o'clock.
Oh,
As far as the Erik Menendez jury, we'll have you back at 1:30. There's some testimony the lawyers have that would relate only to this witness before the Erik Menendez jury. So the Lyle Menendez jury is excused until 2 o'clock. Don't discuss this matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it here at your respective appointed times.
okay.
All right.
Mrs. Cano, in 1989, were you at that time working for Smith Barney?
Could you repeat the question?
All right, let me ask it open. Who were you working for in August, September, October of 1989?
For Smith, Barney, Harris, and Upham. That's correct.
Okay,
Harris and Upham. That was the
that's
name
a
of the-
stock brokerage company.
That is correct.
And you were working in West Palm Beach, Florida.
That is correct.
Now, you've testified earlier today that you were the person who made the claim on the Sun Life insurance policy.
Yes, I did.
Now, with respect to Erik Menendez, do you remember when the policy, strike that. Do you remember that time when the company, Sun Life, paid out on the policy?
Yes, I do.
And did they pay out in one installment or in more than one?
No, they paid in 2 installments. They They paid two different things.
Okay, they paid 2 installments.
That's
Correct.
correct.
And where did the checks from Sun Life, the payments go?
They go to the agent, which in this case is me.
And what did you do with the checks, Erik's checks, when you received them?
I informed Erik that I had received the money.
And did he give you certain instructions about what to do with it?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you to do with it?
Well, he told me he didn't want to deal with money, that he didn't know what to do with so much money, to put it in his account at Smith Barney.
Did he already have an account at Smith Barney
Yes, he did.
from before the time his parents
Their
were killed?
father had opened it for them 2 years before.
And so what did you do then with those 2 proceeds checks as you received each one?
I deposit them in Erik's account.
And did you, subsequent to that time, make investments of some of that money on Erik's behalf?
Yes, I did.
Now, did he tell you what to invest in, or did you advise him?
No, I advised him.
And did he follow your advice?
Yes, he did.
Now, over the course of the next few months, were you consulted by Erik whenever he wanted to spend any significant amount of money?
All the time.
How frequently did you talk to him?
I talk to him practically daily.
And did you write checks and pay his bills for
Yes,
him?
I did.
And did you write those checks from this account that you had opened for him?
Yes, and other accounts as well.
He had other accounts at other places?
I suggested that he should have an account in a bank in New Jersey and a bank in California. So he wouldn't have problems cashing checks and getting cash of a machine.
You mean that was why he needed the California account?
That's correct, because he was traveling at the time between New Jersey and California and living in California. So I didn't feel that having an account with me in West Palm Beach was enough for him. He should have a local bank.
So on your suggestion, did he open an account at the United New Jersey Bank?
Yes, he did.
And did you maintain those accounts? In other words, did the statements go to you? Did you write a lot of the checks?
That is correct.
But he also was able to write checks on the Jersey.
That's right.
Gotta wait till I finish the question.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Did he also write checks on the United New Jersey Bank account?
Yes, he did.
And did you write checks on his California bank account?
Yes, I did.
Did you reconcile all those bank accounts each month?
Yes, I did.
You did all the accounting?
That's correct. I paid all his bills.
Do you recall sometime in, I believe, October of 1989, receiving a telephone call from Erik in which he was inquiring about the balance in his United Jersey Bank account?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall, he asked you something, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did he also tell you something about his having written a check?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you about having written a check? Your Honor, this is foundational.
All right, I'll see counsel at the sidebar.
Thank you. We're going to change the subject. Did Erik contact you and ask you questions about the advisability of his buying a Jeep?
Yes, he did.
And did he tell you that he was thinking about buying a Jeep before he actually bought it?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, write the check to buy the Jeep?
Yes, I did.
And did he indicate to you whether he had received any advice before buying the Jeep?
Yes, he did.
And did he indicate to you who he had received advice from?
Yes.
And who did he tell you he received advice from?
Steve Goldberg, which is the lawyer of the estate.
Steve Goldberg is the lawyer for the estates of Jose and Mary Louise Menendez.
That's correct.
And you're acquainted with him, are you not?
Yes, I am.
And to your knowledge, he was obtained to be the estate lawyer by your sister Terry and your brother-in-law Carlos Barral.
That is correct.
And did you have dealings with Steve Goldberg having to do with Erik and financial planning for Erik?
I'm sorry.
Expenditures of Erik's and structuring Erik's life. Did you have
Yes.
discussions with Steve
Yes, I
Goldberg
did.
about that? Turning to the issue of cars, were you familiar in August of 1989 with what kind of vehicle Erik owned?
Yes, I did.
And what did he own?
He owned a 1987 Ford Escort.
And was it your understanding that that's a car that his parents had purchased for him?
Yes, it was.
And do you know what happened to that 1987 Ford Escort?
Yes, I do.
And what happened to it?
Eric wanted to sell it, so I bought it from him.
And you bought it for whose use?
For my son Andy, which at the time had become 16 and a half, and he could be driving.
And did Eric indicate to you any reason why he wanted to sell that car?
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
He told me he didn't want to have that car anymore.
Did he give you any other explanation?
No.
Now, do you recall a time when Eric rented an apartment at the Marina City Club?
Yes.
And do you recall having a discussion with him concerning furniture?
Yes.
And what did he indicate was his intention with respect to furniture at that time?
Objection, hearsay.
Any other question right back, please?
Question, what did he indicate was his intention with respect to furniture at that time?
Overruled.
I was present in California, by the way.
All right, let me get to that. You were here when he was seeking to furnish the apartment in the
It
marina?
was more than that. He called me to come to help him close the contract of the deal in the rental.
Okay.
I was present when that contract was closed.
Okay, and then was there some discussion about how he would furnish this apartment?
Yes.
And what was his stated intention as to how he was going to furnish it?
He wanted to rent some furniture.
And did you have a conversation with him concerning the advisability of renting versus buying?
Yes, I did.
And did you give him certain advice?
Yes, I did.
What advice did you give him?
I told him that paying $1,200 a month for rent for a period of time of a year or 6 months or 7 months, which at the time he was renting for, was ridiculous, that he should take some money, that for that same amount of money that he was going to spend, he could have his own furniture and do whatever he wanted afterwards.
And
Can we
did you?
clarify that $1,200 for rent was for furniture?
Yes, Your Honor. That was for the
Monthly,
that's what
correct.
it would have cost to
That was
furnish
the
that
monthly
apartment.
rental that he, on the furniture that he had already looked at, and he took me to see.
Okay, so you advised him to buy.
That's correct.
Did you then go shopping with him?
Yes, I did.
And did you advise him in the purchase of furniture?
Definitely. We did it together.
And were you aware of the fact that he purchased a pool table?
Yes.
And did he discuss that with you before he bought it?
Yes,
And did you approve that purchase?
definitely. They always had a pool table.
The family always had a pool table?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, do you know what furniture, if any, Erik had moved from the Beverly Hills house to his apartment?
I know that he didn't want any furniture from the Beverly Hills house. I don't recall what furniture he had.
Do you know if he moved his bed?
Yes, that's right. I suggested him, that's right, that he should keep his bedroom because they were expensive and he loved water beds. That's what he wanted.
Ooh,
So
Was
I had his
Feel
water
bad for
bed
your back.
repaired, which had been broken for a long time.
Okay, let me back up. The question was.
I'm sorry.
I know, it's hard. Question was, did he have his bedroom furniture moved from the Beverly Hills house to his apartment?
Yes.
Did he have any other furniture from any other part of that house moved to his apartment?
No,
Did he take anything from any other part of the house to his apartment?
no.
And you advised him and assisted and helped him in purchasing all the other furniture for his apartment?
That is correct.
Now, you know that he had a roommate in that apartment.
Yes.
And did the roommate come with his own furniture?
The roommate had his own bedroom and his own desk.
And was that roommate a young man named Noel
Yes.
Nedley?
Yes.
He pronounced his name the way a girl pronounces
Yes.
his name. And were you aware of whether or not Erik lived with Noel Nedley before they moved together to the Marina City Club?
Yes, he stayed at his home for a certain period of time. I don't know how long though. That was one of the places that he was staying at.
One of the places that Erik was staying at before he got the apartment?
That's correct.
Now, you are a financial planner, and you've been a financial planner, you're a stockbroker. Do you also manage money for clients?
Yes, I do.
and you were managing Erik's money for him.
That is correct.
Did he do any spending that you consider to be excessive or extravagant or equivalent to a spree?
No.
Objection, calls for improper opinion, move to strike the matter.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
Did he do any spending for things for himself without consulting you?
Objection, lack of foundation.
If you know.
Yeah, that you
From your
know.
own knowledge
No, he
from
did not.
expenditures from.
Other than a
accounts.
T-shirt or a pair of shorts.
Or
he did
clothes.
not. Exactly.
So anything that he purchased of any size, you knew about in advance.
That is correct.
Did you have a discussion with him about his spending habits, or strike that? Did he share with you his attitude about spending this money, the insurance money?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
You can answer yes or no.
Yes.
And did he indicate to you what his state of mind was with respect to spending this money?
Yes, he did.
And what did he indicate?
He told me that he was very scared of managing money. He had no idea what to do with it. And all he wanted to do was play tennis and be with somebody. He didn't want to be alone.
What do you mean by be with somebody?
He did not want to be alone. He wanted to have some company. He just didn't want to think.
Did he tell you that he was interested or strike that? Did he tell you that that he enjoyed spending large sums of money?
No, not at all.
Did he tell you the opposite of that?
Yes, he told me that if he did inherit, he would give this money to the homeless kids that ran away from home.
Now, as far as you know, before the time that Erik and his brother were arrested, they had not inherited any of the money from the estate.
That is correct.
The only money they got was from this insurance policy that you made the claim on.
That is correct.
And as far as you know, the estate is still in probate. Nothing's finished with it.
That is correct.
Over the course of his life, had you ever observed Erik to be extravagant with money?
He never was.
Now, the things that he was doing, renting this nice apartment, buying this furniture, getting a Jeep Wrangler automobile, did that, based on your knowledge of the family and on his parents' spending habits with respect to the children, did that mark for you a change in lifestyle of any kind?
Not-
Objection, calls for improper opinion.
Overruled.
Not at all.
Now, you had mentioned before in your testimony an individual named Mark Heffernan. Did you know him to be a tennis coach of Erik's?
Yes.
And were you involved on some level in negotiating a contract with Mark Heffernan?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember when those negotiations with respect to that contract began?
Around October, November.
Of 1989?
That is correct.
And who first brought this issue to your attention about having a contract for Mr. Heffernan?
You mean who told me of the issue?
How'd you get involved in this? How'd
Erik
you-
called me and told me that Mark Heffernan had suggested that he could do this, that he would work for him only and he would make sure that he got his training and his psychological things and on and on and on.
Okay, the minute you say a sentence with the word he in it for two different people, we got lost.
I'm
okay?
sorry.
All right. Erik called you,
That is correct.
and he told you that Mark Heffernan suggested that Mark Heffernan, would be available to work full-time with Erik.
That is correct. He told me that he had said that
Who's he?
Mark had said that if Erik wanted, Mark would work for him only.
Okay. And was Erik calling you to tell you that he was going to do this or to ask your advice?
Erik asked me to come to California to discuss this with him.
And did you come?
Yes, I did.
Was this a different time that when you came to buy the furniture with him and to close the lease?
Yes, it was.
Now, when you got when you got here, did you have discussions with Erik about why he now was wanting to do this full-time tennis thing?
Yes, I did.
Was it your understanding before his parents died, that Erik was planning on going to college.
Yes,
Did he discuss that intention with you at the time of his graduation in June?
yes.
And when you talked to him after his parents died, on this occasion, did he indicate he was not going to go to college?
No, he indicated that he was going to postpone to January going to college. I mean, to the next semester. It wasn't January, it's
The following year?
September, right, the fall.
And did he indicate to you why he was doing that?
Objection calls for the correct.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's being offered for a state of mind.
Objection sustained.
You were in touch with Erik on, I think you've told us, on like a daily basis from the time of the insurance money, which was September? Was it
Yes.
September? Through this period? is
That's
that
correct.
And did he seem in those daily contacts to be stable and secure and calm and confident and know what he was doing in life?
Objection compound calls for improper opinion.
Sustained.
Or any of those things?
Same objection.
Objection
How
sustained.
did he strike you on the phone when you spoke to him?
Erik was completely lost. He would cry. He would claim that he was having these nightmares, horrible nightmares. He did not want to be alone. He was scared. He was very confused. He was totally lost. He had no idea what to do with himself.
And he expressed to you the fact that he didn't know what to do with himself?
Yes,
Did he express to you the fact that he didn't feel he could go to school and think?
that is correct. He told me that I wanted him to go to college and try to put his life back together that way among young people. And he told me he just couldn't concentrate at that time, that he just needed some time.
And did he indicate to you what it was about this notion of full-time tennis that appealed to him?
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Was it your understanding in your negotiations with Mark Heffernan that Mr. Heffernan would be controlling every moment of Erik's life?
Yes, it was.
Calls for conclusion on part of the question.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did Erik express to you a desire to have every moment of his life controlled? That's not offered for the truth, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Did you ever try to get Erik to come to Florida to live with you?
Yes,
Was that during this period of time?
yes.
And he refused?
He told me he wanted to play tennis. He wanted to be with Mark.
Now, did you today hand me this coffee-stained
Yes, I'm
copy?
sorry
of the
about that.
contract? Who spilled the coffee on the contract?
I did in my office.
Okay, a long time ago, we hope.
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I need to mark this next in order.
Exhibit 188.
Mrs. Cano, what is that?
This is the contract that was drawn between Mark Heffernan and Erik, and indirectly with Lyle as well.
Okay, this is a contract to provide coaching services to both Lyle and Erik,
Right,
and that's the contract that Mr. Heffernan signed.
that's correct.
And does this particular copy, in fact, bear Erik's signature and Mark's signature?
Yes, it does.
And to the best of your knowledge, was this particular draft of this contract prepared at the law offices of Stephen B. Goldberg?
Yes, it was. It was drawn between Steve and Mark's lawyer.
And was Mark's lawyer named Ronald Goldman?
I don't know. Probably. I don't know.
And do you remember now whether it was yourself or Erik who wrote the monthly checks for Mr. Heffernan that contract provided for?
They were alternated. Sometimes he wrote them, sometimes I wrote them. At the beginning, it was the estate that wrote them when they had no money and no contract.
Well, the insurance money, though, came in September.
Right. But he kept on playing tennis with Mark before, I believe.
All right, but before there was a contract, he continued that Mark had been giving him hourly lessons. Was that your
Yes.
understanding?
That's right.
Let me interrupt here real quick because there are quite a few questions that came up that I have not answered. So let me just sort of insert myself in here. Love Dreaming Peach asked earlier, is this the first trial they had or the second one? This is the first one, the one that ended in a mistrial. The second time was not publicized. They did not have cameras in the courtroom. Christian Williams says, off topic question, is this what usually happens during a sidebar? So the question was, this was about the hearing that we watched earlier, that was an evidentiary hearing. Yes, probably in a limited fashion. If the two parties are going up to the judge and they're kind of just talking back and forth, and then with the judge, like right by the judge's desk up there, then in a limited fashion, that's basically what they're doing, is they're going back and forth and arguing about the merits of whether or not a certain piece of evidence should be admitted. So very often, yes, very similar to what they're talking about there. Then we've got Soka Toa. Now that there is more news of Jose's alleged abuse of Menudo, do the brothers have a chance for a lighter sentence or parole? Maybe. I don't know, because the question is, even if there's new evidence that comes in, would that evidence, had it been presented at trial, would that have made a difference to the jury, to the mind of the jury? I don't know. Because a lot of that was left out of the second trial, at least for the liability phase. So for the phase where they were determining whether or not they were guilty of murder, that information was not there. But the question is, for the sentencing, would that have mattered? Maybe. Possibly. Love Dreaming Peach also asked a question, is this judge biased? I feel like he's kind of anti-defense. Am I reading into it? It definitely appears that way. It could be that he's just getting increasingly irritated throughout this trial by the length of it, by the things that are happening, by the personalities that he's dealing with. We will see this in trials that are live streamed, that the judges will get annoyed with one side or both, and they'll show it. I mean, we've seen that in some of the other trials, and that can be something that encumbers the result of the trial. It impacts the result of the trial, or maybe not. It depends on just how egregious it is. In this trial, what is it, something that is impacting the ultimate outcome? I don't think it's risen to a level at this point that it does, but it may have impacted some people. Draco Amy, good question. What's 402? This is referring to California Evidence Code Section 402, which is basically the section in the California Evidence Code, which a lot of other states have something similar, which is basically talking about how the court can determine the question of admissibility of evidence outside the presence of the jury. So basically, the ability to send out the jury and to go back and forth about the admissibility of a certain piece of evidence. Love Dreaming Peach, also with another question, says, how is it appropriate for the judge to be so clearly biased? There's no neutrality from my perspective here. Like I said, the judge can sometimes show their frustrations. A judge is human as well. Whether or not that impacts the jury is another question. Sometimes it will rise to that level. Sometimes it doesn't. In this case, he's definitely showing it. I think, for me personally, it impacts the way that I see this judge. Sometimes the jury can also be impacted in the opposite direction, because if they see that the person who is supposed to be neutral doesn't appear to be quite neutral, that can also skew the way that they look at the things that the judge does at a certain point in the trial. Just Jen says, how can he hurry the defense when they have to defend? It's true that they do have a right to put on a defense, but they also don't have a right to take forever to do it. So the judge also has a responsibility to make sure that the trial moves efficiently and then it doesn't take forever, because sometimes some of these cases, if judges don't give cutoffs, if they don't set some rules for everybody to follow, they will last forever, because there's just so much information that both sides want to get into. Now, when those rules are in place, of course, they have to be enforced equally on both sides. It, to me, does not look like it's being entirely enforced on both sides. However, the judge is also ruling in favor of the defense on many objections today, overruling objections by the prosecution, sustaining objections by the defense. So, the judge has that responsibility to maintain the wheels that are turning in the courtroom as well, because he also has a hefty docket of other cases as well. Janine Bowen, what makes something argumentative? Basically, this is where the attorney sounds like they're starting to argue with the witness. They're getting snappy with the witness. In this courtroom, they are much more sensitive to being argumentative. In most cases, I would say on defense, you can grill the witness. You're able to do that because you are trying to be a zealous advocate. In this courtroom, it's like any kind of sideways comment to the witness that it sounds a little bit like it's more to sort of like score a point, make a point to the jury rather than actually get information from the witness, is considered argumentative. Tori Matthews, how is it hearsay when the people in the room said it? Well, the definition of hearsay is, and actually this is similar to Debbie Faison-Cook's question about, can you please explain not offered for the truth? So both of those have to do with hearsay. So the definition of hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So in other words, if I say, if I'm a witness and I want to say, Mr. Bites said that he bought more LaCroix, if that's being offered for the proposition that Mr. Bites did in fact buy more LaCroix for the house, that is hearsay and that's not admissible. But there could be other reasons why Mr. Bites might say that. He might say that because of, I don't know, other reasons. There might be other reasons why we would want to offer that at trial. It might be because Mr. Bites knows that I love LaCroix. And so that would have had an impact on my mental state, putting me into a good mood. There are other reasons why that statement would be admissible. And so, the impact on the listener is one big example of why that might come in. So, that's to answer why it would be offered, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for some other reason. And then for, if they're in the room where they said it, it doesn't really matter to that extent. What matters is whether or not the jury can analyze the truth of that statement. Because remember, the jury is here and they are, the jury is watching the witness and determining the witness's credibility as they are telling the story. Or going through the events that they witnessed. And we as viewers, like the jury, we're evaluating whether or not we think that this witness is credible. It is way, way, way harder to determine the credibility of someone who is not sitting in front of you. So an out-of-court statement, even if it's like between people that we are going to be hearing from at some point, oftentimes can still be hearsay. I say often, not necessarily always. There are exceptions to it, but oftentimes can be hearsay because we're not sitting in front of this person as they are saying it, because they're outside of the court, and this statement is being relayed by this other person. So I hope that makes sense. Hearsay is something that can definitely trip up a lot of people, but I definitely hope it makes sense. Okay. All right. Let's continue on then. Thank you for all those questions. I love it.
Do you recall Erik indicating to you why it was he felt it was necessary that he play tennis at that point in his life rather than do anything else?
Objection calls for yourself.
Sustain.
That can be answered yes or no, Your Honor.
All right, you can answer that yes or no.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And
Bear.
whatever it was he said to you, did that make sense given your daily contacts with Erik?
In a way, yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, but before the people cross-examine, I think they need to show me something.
Yes, but I'm gonna use it to go get what it is I need to show.
You don't have it quite yet?
No,
All
I
right,
need
well,
to look for myself, I think.
okay, well, how long is your cross going to be?
Oh, 10 minutes?
All right, we'll take a recess then until 3:30, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss this case, or 2:30 rather, I'm sorry. Don't discuss this case anymore. Don't form any opinions about it, and we'll resume at 2:30. I do have the note from Mr. Emerson. Is it your feeling you won't be able to get here by 11, or?
I don't know. That's supposed to be a 45-minute session, and
Audio cut out. We are, come on. Let's see if,
And you had better.
okay. We're going to skip ahead a little bit
So
here.
all the jurors.
Were you both
Oh,
in?
sorry.
Some money at
That,
from
going back.
And this is cross-examination.
Here we go.
Mrs. Cano, I believe you indicated that you were responsible for filing the claim with Sun Life in order to get the proceeds of your brother's life insurance policy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you remember about when it was that you filed the claim?
On August 23rd, right from Live Entertainment office.
And I believe you've indicated that when the policy paid out, that the money was sent to you and you deposited it in the defendant's accounts at Smith Barney. Is that correct?
It could be at Smith Barney.
Hang on. Okay, I see Care Bear in the chat. Alita, please watch from 2 hours, 11 minutes. The judge admonishes Leslie A. All right. Let's, we'll go back a little bit. What does the judge say here? It's still, the audio is out.
As to what you think the arrival time would be.
I'd move it back a half hour, and I feel comfortable.
More comfortable, like 11:30 then.
I've got to have some casting done on my foot, so
Okay.
I have to clean up.
All right, well, we'll work it out. It might be that we'll just take the morning off then, do everybody the whole morning off. All right, we'll be in recess until 2:30, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We'll see you back here at 2:30. Counsel, please remain. All right, the jurors have left the courtroom. Ms. Abramson, you tend to shake your head negatively when the court rules against you,
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
and you had better stop doing that or the court's going to find you in contempt.
Well, the court may be finding me in contempt pretty soon anyway, because I'm finding the court's rulings astonishingly biased.
Are you inviting the court to find you in contempt because you're indicating you're going to do contemptuous things?
No, I'm just saying there's only so much unfairness one can bear. and
Well,
I can't
counsel, if
promise
you-
that I can't do it.
If you feel that you are going to be unable to behave professionally in a non-contemptuous fashion, we'll deal with that very effectively and deal with you and your conduct, and it is not going to work to the benefit of you or your client.
I understand that, Your Honor. We do the best we can. to
Well,
keep
you
the
had
motion.
better behave professionally. Warning you at this time. Is that clear?
I heard you. Yes, indeed, sir.
It's something the court will take seriously if you misbehave.
I'm sure you will.
All right, then we'll be in recess, and you've heard what the court had to say.
Oh, she is not backing
I
down
believe we
either.
have everybody back in court,
Thank you,
so
Care Bear. That was
all the
very
jurors are
spicy.
present. The witness can get back on the witness stand.
Oh my God,
please.
she just like fired back at him.
Yeah, this is cross-examination.
Mrs. Cano, I believe you indicated that you were responsible for filing the claim was Sun Life in order to get the proceeds of your brother's life insurance policy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you remember about when it was that you filed the claim?
On August 23rd, right from Live Entertainment office.
And I believe you've indicated that when the policy paid out, that the money was sent to you and you deposited it in the defendant's accounts at Smith Barney. Is that correct?
It could be at Smith Barney, it could be at United Jersey Bank. Either one of them was.
Well,
Some money at Smith Barney and some money at United Jersey Bank.
I believe it was your testimony on direct examination that the money was given to you and then you divided it up afterwards.
That is correct.
yeah.
United Jersey Bank was one of the places where I placed money.
I can't say I've ever
And
been
at
so
the time
bold.
that you made these
Nowhere near
transactions,
that.
was Erik Menendez in the same city that you were in? In other words, were you both in either the East or in
I
California?
don't recall that. I know that I require his signature on the check probably, so. I
All right.
recall that.
Do you remember what day it was that the Sun Life policy made the first payment?
No, I do not, but I know the amounts.
All right, it was approximately $400,000 divided evenly. Is that
That's
correct?
correct, 200,000 each.
Okay. Your Honor, I have here at Exhibit 140. I'd like to approach the witness, please.
Yes.
I'm going to show you an affidavit of a custodian of records of Sun Life Insurance Company.
Sure.
And referring you to paragraph 6, I'd like to have you read that, and then I'm going to ask you a question about paragraph 6. All right, now also, as long as I've got you it up here, would you look at paragraph 7 as well?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Cano, the affidavit of the custodian of records from Sun Life Assurance indicates that the money was wired directly
To the United Jersey accounts. That is, the $400,000 was wired directly on September the 8th to two accounts in New Jersey, one for Erik Menendez and one for Lyle Menendez.
I don't recall that, to be honest with you. I have the check stubs of the checks that came in, and I have them in, I believe that I gave them to our lawyers.
May I approach, Your Honor? I have here a bank document which is not yet been marked as exhibit. I'd like to show it to the witness to see if it refreshes the recollection.
Okay.
I've shown it to counsel. I'm going to show you a check right here, which is dated September the 11th. It's the amount of $50,000 to Smith Barney for Erik Menendez.
That's right.
All right, does that particular check refresh your memory that in fact the money was transferred from the United Jersey account to Smith Barney?
But I believe this is the second money, though.
Well, if you
This
look
is not the first money.
well, this check is dated September the 11th, the one I just showed you, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, may this be marked as the exhibit next to murder?
189.
Thank you.
May I approach again?
Yes.
You said that the check that I just showed you in exhibit 189 represents the second payment, but
That's my recollection.
well, looking at this, the paragraph 7 of the affidavit of Ms. Bonina, it appears that the second payment wasn't made until September the 15th.
Could be. Could be. It doesn't really matter. I was controlling both of the accounts.
You were controlling both defendants' accounts.
Both of Erik's accounts. That is correct.
I believe you indicated that you wrote the check for the Jeep.
Yes, I did.
I have here.
I signed for Erik, if that's your question.
Okay, I have here exhibit 138. I'd like to approach you, please.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. I think that's misleading what counsel's attempting to do.
Well, at this point, she's just showing her exhibit. What exhibit is this?
It's exhibit 138, the Jeep records.
Yes.
All right, now, were you actually with Erik Menendez the day that he signed this contract?
No, Steve Goldberg was.
And showing you the third page of the exhibit, it appears to be a check dated September the 21st of 89.
That is correct, but that check bounced.
All right, but this handwriting on this check is not yours.
No, it was his.
So
I
this-
sent him the second check.
All right, and the second
So
check,
the real check that was paid was the check that I wrote.
Your Honor, I have here a copy of that check.
To counsel, may I mark it as the next exhibit?
Yes, go ahead.
Exhibit 190, please.
All right. If you can identify it in some way. So.
This is a copy of a letter from Smith Barney with a check attached. It's check number 191. It's all Xerox.
For what amount?
The check is for $21,241.32. I'm going to show you Exhibit 190. Mrs. Cano, is this
Yes.
the check that you're referring to that you actually wrote?
That is correct.
And you wrote that check on January 26th of 1990.
That is correct.
But the check that Erik wrote was for September of 89.
I am aware of that.
I believe you indicated that you had full control of Erik's financial affairs during this period of time.
Yes, but it could be by phone. I mean, he had a checkbook with him the same way I had checkbooks with me.
So that the check that you actually wrote to the Jeep people was written approximately 4 months.
2-3 months after the check bounced and came back, he had not realized he did not have enough money on that account.
Move to strike everything after he did not realize as being non-responsive and calls for hearsay.
After that,
Yes, he did not realize. May that be stricken, please?
objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
Now, the policy, the Sun Life Assurance policy, paid out on September the 6th approximately. Is that correct?
Around sometime in September, I don't recall what date.
When you had your conversations with them, did they ask you if the beneficiaries had been cleared of being involved?
What do you mean?
Your Honor, objection calls for hearsay.
Objection sustained.
Were you aware of the fact that generally life insurance policies do not pay out to people who are responsible for the death of the insured?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts and not in evidence.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
Depending on the situation.
Well, if someone is involved in the intentional killing of the person upon whose life the policy is issued, do life insurance, from your experience in the life insurance business, do those policies pay out to the beneficiaries?
Again, depending on the situation.
I'm going to object to questions called for legal conclusion.
Yeah.
Part of the witness. There's no qualifications.
You'd have to lay a foundation. Objection sustained, the answer is
Yeah.
stricken.
How long did you work selling life insurance?
I have been working since 1980.
And do you have a license to sell life insurance?
Of course I do.
Did you take any courses in order to become
Of course I do.
and did you receive any training in the propriety of issuing life insurance proceeds to people who are responsible for the death of the insureds?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you obtained the payout on the Sun Life Assurance policy on September the 6th, were you aware that generally life insurance companies don't pay proceeds to people involved in crimes?
Your Honor, I'm still going to object to the questions calling for legal conclusion beyond the scope of direct and irrelevant.
Objection on the first ground, it would also relate to her knowledge of the policies or practices of this particular company.
Are you aware of the policies and practices of the Sun Life Assurance Company?
Yes, I am.
And did they have a policy that they paid life insurance proceeds to people who were responsible for the death of the insureds?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did they have that policy?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Did Sun Life Assurance Company have a policy that they would pay proceeds to people responsible for the deaths of the insured?
I have no idea.
So this policy paid out approximately 17 days after the death of your brother. Is that correct?
That is correct. They pay immediately. It's within 7 days that they is the usual and customary way of paying after the claim is placed.
Now, I believe you've indicated that you approved much of the expenditures that Erik Menendez made during the period of time before his arrest. Is that
That is
correct?
correct.
And the pool table that you testified, did he consult with you in order to buy the pool table?
We talked about it.
Do you remember how much it cost?
Yes, around $8,000.
And did you personally pay for that pool table?
I don't think so.
The rent on the condominium that he was,
Objection, Your Honor.
I believe it was mentioned. in
What
the
was the
direct.
question?
Rent on the-
How much was the rent on the condominium?
Objection.
All right, that has already been ruled upon.
Did you approve the purchase of a condominium by Erik Menendez?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts and not in evidence.
Overruled.
He never wanted to purchase a condominium.
The furniture that was purchased by Erik Menendez, do you remember approximately how much money he spent purchasing the furniture?
I don't recall, but something around $8,000 as well.
And did you pay for that yourself?
No, we were together. He made the checks.
And I believe you've indicated that you approved the purchase of the Jeep for about $21,000.
That is correct.
How about the Rolex watch? Did you approve that?
I don't think it was Eric's idea of the Rolex watch.
You want to help the defendants.
No, I do not. I know that Lyle was buying a Rolex watch and insisted that Erik should have one too. I was present when that conversation happened.
You were present from what conversation?
When they were talking in Princeton that Lyle wanted to go and buy a watch and convince Erik to go with him to buy one too.
When did this conversation take place?
Someplace in Princeton the week that Jose died.
After his death?
Yes.
Did the defendants go to Princeton between August the 20th and August the 24th?
Of course, we all did know, not on the 24th.
Okay, well,
Then I heard it in California. You have to admit that those were very confusing days for me too. So sometime I heard the conversation.
move to strike her answer everything after I have to admit as being non-responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
Ha!
Were you aware that Erik went on trips during the period of time?
She very much did not like the witness talking about how that was a very confusing time because she too was dealing with grief. That was a good ruling by the judge.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
We haven't heard the question yet.
Did you
What's your question?
Did you approve the expenditure of money for Erik to take trips between the time of his parents' death and the time of his arrest?
I object to that, Your Honor, on the basis of 402.
Overruled.
There's no reason for me to object. He was traveling to play tennis and he was traveling to take things out of his mind.
I believe you indicated that Erik Menendez told you that he wanted to give money to the homeless.
Yes, he did.
Are you aware of whether or not he ever did give money to the homeless?
He never got the estate money.
Okay. But he did get approximately $350,000.
I'm sorry, but that's peanuts.
Pardon me?
That's peanuts beside the estate. That money was not an amount of money to create a foundation. You don't create a foundation with that amount of money. It's a very small amount of money.
I believe you indicated that that they never got the estate. Is that correct? The estate was never probated to them. Is that correct?
That is correct. It hasn't
And-
finished yet.
And they got arrested, right?
Yes, it did.
I have nothing further with this witness.
Any redirects?
When Erik talked to you about the homeless, he was talking about establishing a charitable foundation
That is correct.
and about funding that foundation from monies that he would inherit.
That is correct.
And in your opinion, $350,000 would not be enough to fund a charitable foundation.
That is correct.
Now,
Plus, he couldn't put all the money on the foundation. He needed to live as well. So
okay,
Motion to strike is not responsive.
Sustained. The last portion of the answer is stricken.
to the best of your knowledge, was there any other source of income for Erik besides the insurance money?
no,
And at the time of Erik's arrest, did he still have a substantial amount of that insurance money in accounts that you controlled?
yes, he did.
And in fact, wasn't the amount of insurance money that he still had used to pay the initial legal fees for both himself and his brother?
That is correct.
I want to show you a document, Your Honor. I'd like to mark this on 191.
191.
I've already shown this to counsel.
Mrs. Cano, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a memorandum that you received from Sun Financial Group following the telephone call that you placed to place the claim?
That is correct.
And does that document indicate that you made the telephone call to report the claim on August 23rd, 1989?
That is correct.
And is that the phone call placing the claim that you made from Jose Menendez's office at Live?
That is correct.
Now, does that memo was prepared by an employee at Sun Life?
Yes, in the
And-
home office.
And does that particular employee refer you to another claims person at Sun Life?
That is correct.
And is the claims person that memo refers you to the person whose affidavit Mrs. Bozanich showed you a little while ago, someone named Bonina?
That is correct. Paula Bonina. Paula Bonina. Bonina.
So you spoke to, what was the other woman's name?
Ellen Knott.
And you spoke to Miss Knott on the 23rd?
That is correct.
And did you, subsequent to receiving that memoranda from Miss Knott, speak to Paula Bonina?
Yes.
And did you, subsequent to the telephone call where you notified the claim, have to submit anything in writing?
Yes, I sent a fax, I believe, with the application, the copy of the application, which show the boys as contingent beneficiaries, and I also have to send them the death certificates.
And do you know what date it was that you sent that fax?
I don't recall, but I'm sure that it was as soon as I could gather all the information together.
Now, showing you Exhibit 138 again that Mrs. Bogan showed you. That's the packet, the copy of the purchase documents for the Jeep.
Yes.
Could you look and see what is the date of that purchase contract?
I can find it. Oh, I'm sorry. October 21st, 1989.
And is there a signature on a line that bears that date? A signature that looks like Erik's signature?
Yes, that's Erik's signature.
And does he sign in more than one place?
Yes, he signed in 4 places, right?
And are at least 2 of those signatures dated?
Yes,
He's signing on a dated line.
that is correct.
Now let's turn to the check, the one that bounced, as you put it. What's the date on that check?
September 21st, 1989.
And does that appear to be an error given the date of the contract?
Yes, Erik made a mistake.
Now, you said that Erik was not attempting to purchase a condominium. How do you know that?
Because I know as a fact that if he would, first of all, he told me, and secondly, if he would have, I know that I would have been part of it.
When you say he told you what?
He told me that his brother Lyle was buying a condo.
Overruled.
Told you his brother was buying a condo?
Yes,
And did he have a conversation with you about loaning money to Lyle for that purpose?
that is correct.
And was that in a telephone call?
Yes,
And was he specifically asking you in that phone call if there was enough money in his United Jersey bank account to cover a deposit check that he was lending to Lyle?
that is correct.
Overruled.
That is correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, did that deposit check that Erik wrote to loan Lyle money ever clear the bank?
No, they never went through with that operation.
And did you become aware of the fact that Steve Goldberg got involved and dissuaded Lyle from doing that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken. Anything else by the prosecution?
Just a couple questions. I believe you indicated that Erik Menendez had no other means of support at this time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did he ever go get a job?
At the state of mind that
No,
he
no,
was,
The question is, did he ever go
I
get
don't know.
a job?
I don't know.
I thought you were involved in his financial.
Yes, but not, job was never one of the issues, so I don't know. He might have, I don't know.
Now, where else did the legal fees, you indicated that he used the remainder of the money that he got from his father's death to pay legal fees. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I believe you indicated that at the time of his arrest, that Erik Menendez used the remainder of the life insurance money he had from his father's death to pay his and his brother's legal fees.
Your Honor, that misstates the testimony. It was to pay the initial legal.
Right. it was
Objection
paid-
overruled.
The retainment was paid with that money.
And that was the criminal legal fees. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
Do you know who paid for the rest of it?
And object, Your Honor, it's beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. You're excused.
Your Honor, I would ask that she be subject to recall, please.
All right,
Yes.
you will be ordered to return upon notice by counsel.
Good.
Okay, so she is excused. She is subject to recall. I'm not gonna lie. The prosecution did get a jab in there with her response to the the question about the fact that Erik and Lyle got the insurance proceeds and the fact that she says that's peanuts. The prosecution, Pat, right? Pat Bozanich, or is it Pam Bozanich? Anyway, regardless, Miss Bozanich, she knew in that moment that that was something that is going to rub people the wrong way, particularly people who are not wealthy, who are your average person, because this is 1993 and that's a lot of money at that time. Pam, thank you guys. So Pam stopped, looked at the jury, made a face to connect with them, to be like, she actually said that. If I had been the witness, I would have wanted to say something more along the lines of, no, they couldn't have donated, money to the homeless because they were grieving and they were trying to, they couldn't even see straight because of the things that they were going through emotionally at the time. So no, they were not focused on at that moment donating all of their money to the homeless. And also, like, they got a smaller portion of the overall estate that they would have otherwise received, and this was much smaller than than the lifestyle that they were used to. I mean, like, there are a lot of different ways that you could put that, but her saying, like, no, that's peanuts in comparison to what they were supposed to get. It definitely makes it seem like, okay, your reality is a little bit different than the average person that's particularly sitting on the jury. So that could have left a bad taste in the minds or in the mouths of the jury, coming out of this. But other than that, I think that she gave really good testimony, about the experience that the brothers had growing up, the things that Jose and Kitty did, the ways that they were, and the financial aspect of what the brothers even knew or didn't know, more importantly, about this life insurance policy. So, and it also makes me wonder too about the other aunts and uncles that are going to be testifying at some point, that are testifying friendlier to the prosecution, because there was a question in the chat about what happened to the estate, what happened to all of that money. I think that there was a portion of it that we heard that went to legal fees and all of that. But my understanding, and folks in the chat, feel free to correct me, my understanding is that the majority of that estate ended up going to the aunts and uncles, which makes me wonder, how are we going to look at these other aunts and uncles that are testifying for the prosecution and against the defense, or that leaned more for the prosecution as opposed to the defense, that didn't quite believe that Erik and Lyle had been abused? How much of that comes across sincerely? Because there is a potential financial incentive to skew in a particular way, against the brothers, if you think that you are going to take from the estate. I don't know. But that is if there is significant amounts of money that was left to them. I don't, or that was left after the trials. So interesting. Celeste says, I read that they argued which parent died first as to define which side of the family gets the money. Interesting. I don't know. That'll be an interesting thing to learn moving forward. But otherwise, that is about all that I have for today. This has been a longer session. We are at almost 5 hours. This is definitely the longest one that we've done so far. But thank you so much for hanging out with me and for going through this trial with me. This has been very, very fascinating. And also thank you for your flexibility, for joining on a Tuesday. Normally this is a Menendez Monday, and second week in a row that we're doing this on a Tuesday. Next week will be it should be back on track with a normal Monday. Thank you to those who were I mean, okay, first off, for everybody in the chat for participating. There was I always love when people bring their impressions one way or another, and they can be very different, especially when we're talking about characters like Leslie Abramson. People will have very different opinions, but I love the fact that people keep it respectful and people keep it very intellectual and empathetic, which is always the best. Thank you to those who donated or donated. I was like donated is the first word that pops up, but gifted memberships to other people in the chat. So kind, so generous. And to those who also became members on their own this week. And also thank you to the mods for always being awesome in the chat and always making sure that things run smoothly. So Kit Kat, Shireen, Sandra Ramirez, I see you in the chat too. Thank you so much for all of your help. And like I said, making sure that this is a wonderful community and we're all moving forward together. So yeah, this has been great. And for those of you in Bite Club, I'll see you on Friday. And otherwise, I'll see you guys in the next video.